two, 1, 2. Can you all hear me? Yes, nice. I like that. I see smiley faces. Good day, everyone. I almost wanted to say good morning, but it's not quite morning, is it? So, since we might have some people joining in later, I would love for you to come as much to the front as possible so everyone who will join, they can just scoop in without interrupting the flow. So this is your cue, whilst I do my little introduction, for all of you to please come all the way to the front. Wow, what a start to the day. I hope you're awake now. I'm distracting everybody in the front by creating a mess, and meanwhile, you can come all the way to the front. Yeah, that also never happened. Thank you also very much. I apologize. Please do not cut yourself. Right, whilst we do this, my name is Shannon, and I have the pleasure to host today's stage at Maschinenhaus. I'll be hosting throughout the program. We have a lot of really interesting stuff coming up, really. It's so much, it's so vast that I don't know, but just by looking at the program, my head is already like, phew. So I hope you were able to organize yourselves, and I'm happy to see all of you here, which means you're interested in this conversation. Our next session, which is going to start really, really soon. First of all, welcome to Most Wanted Music Berlin 2024. Ooh. Ooh. Come on, let's bring up some more energy. Good morning, good day, good people. How are you all doing? Yeah? Yeah? You can give me a thumbs up like this, or like this. How are you doing? You can be honest. What do we got? Okay, here it's fairly up. What about over there? Oh, 2 thumbs up. Okay, I like that. Mine is like this. But now, since I get to be with all of you, it's going to be also 2 thumbs up. For sure, we're going to have already a sticky conversation, a tough conversation, but a conversation that needs to be had. We need to talk about how to get by in this very tricky industry of yours. It's not mine, but I'm also a happy fan of the industry. And I am going, nice, thank you so much for your help. Hope nobody got cut. And I'm going to welcome Melissa on stage, who will be the host of the upcoming panel. Please welcome her with a warm applause. You may choose your seat, and maybe you can just give us, maybe you can give us just like 1, 2 tidbits on what are we going to expect for the upcoming panel.
Hi, welcome. I think the most important, and I think the starting point for which that I spoke with Nikki about when I wrote her, because I work in the live music business as well, and for me it was very concerning what was happening in my own area when starting to look at booking artists that were kind of starting their careers or just taking off, and how to continue putting them on stages where we don't know about ticket sales and whatnot. When this is happening, it starts to be a problem, and especially also it's happening not only in bigger commercial venues, it's happening inside of DIY venues where I do a lot of my work at. So I was starting to kind of wondering what is my next steps and how to do that. And for me, it's always about going to the people that are doing it with me to discuss that and think about actually solutions in order to get through this, because we can't do it alone.
Absolutely. Melissa, we are very excited. Please give it up one more time, and I'm very curious about your panel.
So I guess that would leave me to announce the lovely guests that I have here today that Nikki was so great to put together. So first of all, we have Chris Duncan, the founder of Unfold Artists, a Berlin-based booking and artist agency focused on global live touring. So that's very important to have somebody who is looking outwards and not just locally, as I do. Then we have Prince Emra, founder, curator, host, and performer involved in community-based events like Oriental Festival and the Queerberg Collective. Please come to the stage. Thank you. Yeah, round of applause, exactly. We do need your energy. The same as a concert. When people are up on stage, it's great when there's actually response out there. Next, we have Juba, a London-born, Berlin-based DJ, host, and curator with a solid reputation in the global electronic music scene as well. So here we have global perspectives. And finally, we have Andrea Gutzke. She's also my colleague and co-founder of Music Pool Berlin, where I work. And she's a curator and cultural producer herself, organizing community events and leading our discourse program. So thank you for our illustrious audience here. Yeah, so I just maybe kind of start off. Today's discussion is, as we've already discussed, is mentioning the financial challenges within the live music sector, and that's with clubs, that's venues, the artists, of course, and I think that we have to also include fans in this as well, because it touches everybody, and that's, you know, whatever role that you are playing in. And sometimes many of us, you'll probably learn here through this conversation, are in many roles inside of this business. So yeah, that's kind of where we're coming from. Again, I'm living here in Berlin, a Berlin-based producer of festivals. I'm promoting live shows and working as a consultant at Music Pool Berlin. So I'm very much seeing this issue in many aspects of my job every day. So I'm happy to be here with all of you. And I want to say that the conversation as well, we're going to be talking about all that stuff, and it's a lot to cram into 40 minutes. But if you have something concrete to add, raise your hand. If you have something that is, we want to look for solutions to, please raise your hand if you have an experience with something. Otherwise, let's wait to the last couple minutes to have a Q&A. But if it's really like something you can add, please do raise your hand, because it's important that we do this conversation together. So thank you. So yeah, today's talking, the whole festival is talking about monetize it, and that's what we talk about is money is the first thing. So I guess that's not such an uplifting subject right now. But I think that looking into our small universes, the bubbles and the communities that maybe that you already belong to right now, we can already start thinking about strategies. So as I mentioned, please jump in. Hold on 1 second. I have lots of paper in a very nice 19-point font to look at today because of, you know, getting older. I wanted to start with an article that I had read in The Guardian that was published in April of this year. And the title was called "The Working Class Can't Afford It, The Shocking Truth About the Money Bands Make on Tour." So that's starting from more of like a live music band situation. And I would say the point of that was from the UK music industry, but it's very, I think, can put it onto any live music industry everywhere, just very specifically, and that's maybe something, Chris, we can get into later, as about the data that you sent me, which is quite horrifying, what's happening in the UK as well. Yeah, the topic is also just about mostly venues and the support system around artists. So we're talking about this is the money that we're making supporting everybody in that ecosystem. So it's quite staggering what the results are. So maybe Chris, we start with you, because that was kind of the first mail that I got with a lot of information. I thank you very much for that. If you can give your perspective as an agent who's working with artists and what it looked like maybe in 2024 and what the thoughts are about 2025 going into there, and if you've had any hard conversations with artists and managers at this moment in time.
Yeah, sure. So just for a bit of context, my agency, we're quite a small agency. We're not one of the large, like triple letter ones you get in London perhaps, but I don't think you can really talk about touring in 2024 without zooming out a little bit and looking at the years directly prior to it. I think before COVID, I hate using the term the market, but the market was already hitting a kind of like, this is not sustainable saturation point. Just the number of events, the fees that some agents were demanding, it just wasn't sustainable. It was always going to burst. and what made it burst was COVID. And then I felt that working with artists, there was a kind of like events came back after COVID and it all felt like everything was fine again, nature is healing, etc. But now, after the kind of, we can put on events again, kind of the sunset on that, 2024 really felt like the first year where this is what running an event looks like going ahead. And what that looks like is venues closing, margins getting tighter, and a lot of the models that previously worked just don't apply anymore. And you're trying to navigate how to get out of that. For context, my perspective here is going to be working with, like, we work with artists for a really long time, and a lot of them don't have management, so it's very kind of interpersonal, and we kind of do everything for them. So that's not the same as somebody that's maybe got a big management team and a bigger agency. We are having a lot of hard conversations about people that are maybe at a certain fee level and just kind of, they're not getting booked as much because promoters are finding that they're less able to take chances with some lineups, and they're just kind of sticking to kind of things that they know can sell tickets. And it's kind of, and I completely understand that. But it is leading to people that used to, people of a smaller profile who used to be able to kind of have a fairly steady gig schedule, now kind of seeing that drying up, and they're starting to get very concerned. People that had a career established quite strongly before maybe COVID or prior to that, kind of seeing it as a legacy act now and kind of continuing to get booked. That only applies really within my sphere, which is very rooted in club culture, you know, live bands, etc. That's not my domain. So, but yeah, that's my kind of initial thoughts.
Great, thank you for that. I just want to mention that in this information you sent me, the data that was from the Nighttime Industries Association, I guess, out of the UK, I guess, they said between June 2020 and June 24, the UK lost 480 nightclubs. And that means 10 closing a month and 2 a week. I don't have, maybe somebody here is from Club Commission and can jump in later on and give us some data on that, because I know, I mean, Berlin's maybe not losing the numbers that quickly, but it's losing a lot. So that's really a big factor for all of us. And the people that are working in venues, maybe some, is there people in here for venues? Anyone from venues? Artists? Couple? And people working in the music business as event makers, festival people? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so those are like facts which we really gotta take a look at seriously, and I mean, also it's politically, and actually luckily we have a good infrastructure here. Club Commission is doing a lot of work in that respect. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's a good point to talk about in this conversation, about some alternatives to what could happen or what we can do as either artists or event people to make it work with the money that we have, you know? So, and do it in a fair way, what maybe makes the event less things happening, but people getting properly paid or whatever. I don't know. We'll talk about that. Another question I hear. Also, yeah, that was maybe something related to the dwindling infrastructure, and if we think about, I thought about maybe if there's alternative spaces mushrooming because of that. So maybe there will be something positive happening, meaning that we have again people opening spaces which then are maybe more off the market, you know, and doing things differently. I'm not sure. Maybe you guys have some thoughts about that.
Hello, yeah. You were looking at me, so I feel like I must.
Maybe. You might have something to
One
say.
thing I will say, because I was part of the Tag de Club Culture, like, jury. I don't know if that's the right term to use. So we got a lot of applications in from venue spaces, programmers looking for like the funding, but also it was really eye-opening in terms of seeing what challenges people are facing, and there seems to obviously be quite like a reoccurring themes from the financial pressures, gentrification, also like how club culture interacts with like world crises and what's going on like currently in different parts of the world, but that also affect whether it's Berlin or London or different ecosystems. And I think what I found quite, I guess, reassuring in some ways is that at least in Berlin, the desire to find alternatives. And what has been quite interesting is seeing the rise, I say, in like these smaller community spaces, which are away from the club scene, but actually do hold space and opportunities for people to express and like deliver creativity. They might not be making like large club fees, but with more of these things occurring where artists might make a couple €100 or something, that could also provide space for there's a wider range, a bigger number of like financial opportunities, and also different ways of expressing music culture. Obviously, right now we're also contending with changing behaviours. People might want to sleep earlier and not be out until 8 a.m. So if you have like an event in somewhere like Queer, which ends at 2 a.m. or 12 p.m., 12 a.m., or 8 p.m., I don't know. Like it's an alternative way of engaging and enjoying music, but in a different format. I think that also is something that is really applicable to emerging artists as well, because it might be harder for them to get their foot into the bigger venues and the traditional club structures, but engaging with the local small events that are more community-run, community-based. And also there's a level of like vested interest, and it's not just about like the market, the industry. There's often more of an interpersonal relationship with these spaces. And I feel like for me, on my side, I'm also find that there's value in supporting these and like maybe playing. You might get a lower fee, but supporting these venues enabling them to grow, and who knows what could happen in a few years when they are able to access more fundings, more like funding opportunities. So I think that's an interesting alternative that I'm seeing, like the rise of smaller spaces, small community spaces that incorporate club culture into just experiential kind of behaviors as well. Yeah, and it still is, because like, on last week I went to an event and it was like almost like a DJ listening party, and there was like everyone was like sitting around on like sofas. I had a proper nap, like a full blown nap, but my friend was like playing like dubstep and MC Yallo, and it was like really sick and really cool. No one was dancing, but we were just vibing to the same music you might hear in, I don't know, not me forgetting the names of the clubs in Berlin, Globus, that sort of vibe, but it was like in a different space, yeah. So I think
Nice. That's kind of things I was thinking of too, like that there must be a swing in another direction that maybe, hopefully, we can get some positivity.
and
out
like
of this.
also depending on the season, like also outdoor parties. Yeah. Like there's a party called Fandango that I really enjoy, and they've been throwing parties in Plotzensee, Stradband, Plotzensee for like the summer, and it's like family friendly as well. It starts at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday, because it's only in Berlin that people can be raving at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday, but then it ends at like 10 p.m. But it's also an alternative way of experiencing going out. But I think it also requires like maybe a shift in approach and expectations from people going out, and also DJs and like all artists, and what fees they can expect. But then it's hard because we live in a time of like financial strain, so there's only so low you can reduce your fee to adapt to this new concept and live in the reality of like the world we are in now.
I mean, I think that for my opinion, especially as somebody who's making events, this is always a part of my like I call like the triangle. What you think about when you're making something is about like, and that's also the fee that you're able to ask. What's possible in that situation? Who are you making the event for, as well? I mean, not like exactly this person or that group, but just in general thinking about who can afford it. And I think that's what I've been staying in since COVID. I've basically only been producing events inside of smaller spaces so that I can achieve something different and help as many people as possible. So that is definitely thinking.
Can I add one thing? Like, I don't want to hog, but also another thing, like another benefit I'd say of these spaces is that they can often host weekday or events outside of the typical like clubbing time. So you also have like a way of making money midweek if you're used to like only DJing on the weekend, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's good suggestions to anybody out there who's doing that. Maybe you also touched on something about funding, because that's part of what the group you're in. And I think that we can't rely on funding as our only alternative here. I mean, we know what's happening, what the demonstration was about today. We know there's going to be cuts already, so we can expect that we're not going to be getting even the money that has been there, which is, I mean, in a way, it's very privileged compared to many places. And with that in mind, we have to think about alternative ways to get by as either artists making or producing your work, or club owners or festivals putting on events. I thought maybe, Andrea, you could touch on that, because with Music Pool we had a similar discussion there, and you had mentioned to me a couple days ago regarding community in general, like maybe different ways to distribute funds within community ideas or spaces.
Yeah, we had with Music Pool, I moderated a similar conversation, and I think that conversation was quite productive. We got a lot of, so I'm going to relay, like we talked a lot about like how is the money distributed, because money is being made somewhere in this world. Like, there is money. It's just the question where it's just being not so much being made here, and how, like, really look at those ecosystems that exist and think about is there a way that we could redistribute it? It's not that, also we did not solve this question in the conversation, but we were thinking about, okay, so if, for example, you were saying there are artists that are being successfully booked also these days, could there be more like a kind of a scene thinking that we could address, like where we say, okay, if I'm doing well in the industry, maybe I have also a responsibility for those acts that are upcoming, and how can I support them by maybe including them in support slots in my tour. Or I think agents are already, like booking agencies are already kind of doing this. We had also a booking agent in the conversation, this was 2 months ago or so, saying that we are actually already, like, we can only support upcoming artists because we have successful artists, and we kind of internally can shift. We can make a tour happen for an upcoming artist because we have a successful artist, and are internally already kind of shifting that money and those kind of structures. Like, how can we more think as a scene together, and how can we redistribute money? We had also someone in the conversation who was a promoter, and saying that also in the audience, not everybody can afford an expensive ticket, but some people can. And how can you maybe have like supporter tickets for events? So somebody could pay a double amount for a ticket, and this allows somebody who cannot afford it to attend. Like those kind of those kind of things we discussed.
Yeah.
And I find that an interesting avenue to pursue.
Yeah, I think we have to think of every different thing that we can do to adjust that. We do that also at Schokoladen, where we've always done like a sliding scale for tickets, and now that we've had to raise tickets even there at a venue which we used to do like 6 to 8 euros for a concert, we're talking like now it's 10 to 12 to 15 sometimes at the top, and we're always fighting each other within our collective to say, no, we have to put the down tickets in, and then the drink tickets, we're like, oh, we could go up 50 cents. No, we can't have the beer for cheap. You know, so there's a lot of conversation inside of these kind of spaces which are concerned about everyone getting by and surviving, but it means like at a different level, you know? So everyone has to kind of take a hit, but try to do it together. So yeah, those are things. I think that we are going to have to think about whether or not we're in those spaces to get by as an artist or as a festival maker or as an event person. I also wanted to touch, because of all those things that are happening, because I have this in my conversations with Music Pool, a little bit talking about how this, mental health has been now and has increasingly, I've definitely since COVID, and I mean, I'm speaking mostly online to people every week, at least 3 to 4 people, and I see it happening in such an alarming rate, and now with the financial strains getting not even tighter, I'm trying to imagine how we do that without being in communities, without having structures. Maybe anybody else afterwards can have, if you have experiences or have ideas, please come up and tell me, because I'm always looking for ways to help other people. I don't know if anyone here wants to dip into the mental health discussion, but that could be a whole panel. I'm sure somewhere hopefully in this event it's happening. Yeah, because that means also about one big thing is I get a lot is I might choose a different career path. So it means we're going to have people leaving the business, not just places closing down, but we have people leaving the business that are very creative, that have like doing things that they've spent their whole life moving towards and now are going to go and do an alternative job. So those are big questions out there, and I think we can't discuss all of them here, but I would like to have it in your heads to think about maybe, and especially look around your people that you have around you and talk to them about that, and maybe you have some guidance for somebody else. Yeah, I would like to, we haven't spoke to you, Prince Amra. It goes out saying that the BIPOC LGBTQI plus community has historically a disadvantaged situation when it comes to, I would say, making a sustainable career in music in general. So you're fighting against a lot of different levels and different things, and also just with whether it's booking or finding team to be able to pay for a team, like people to do the things that some artists that you maybe work aside with or at other festivals play next to have a different situation. Can you give us some insight into what discussions that you are having around the kind of table and the spaces that you have created, especially like House of Royals, a space which you provide for asylum seekers and refugees, with the knowledge that things in general are looking the way they are right now financially?
Yes, so we are discussing about money, yes, and of course mental health, which is, so to start from the beginning, House of Royals, Queerback Collective, the reason how we came together, we are refugee performer collectives, that not to lose our minds, not to get crazy, and be busy with the things that makes us happy. We start in 2017 our space just at a small bar stage. Let's do something every monthly, come together. It was not a reason for earning money. It was not earning, I don't know, like not to be famous. We just want to do the things that makes us happy and motivate for the future. And so what makes us also like motivating for these days, that we talk, let's not forget why we started this space. And of course there are so many reasons not to be happy or to lose the motivation for or hope for the future, but we try to stay together. And like now we start with 3-4 performers at the beginning, and nowadays as a collective we are around 20 refugees, sex workers, and BIPOC performers. And it's not only from Berlin and from different cities. It was kind of a united space that when people comes to Berlin, they're always texting that they know we are organizing in different small spaces or clubs, party, show cases, and which makes us so happy that they trust and feel safe to be there. And like we had so many difficulties also before. Like I cannot compare it before how it was 10 years. We were not here, but since 2015, so far what we experienced it, to be honest, we felt kind of, uh, I don't know, like machine of just finding a solutions for problems. Because they were always problems for us. Like at some point, we were too simple to be on a queer or in general big stage club spaces, because most of us are cultural dancers like belly dance, Bollywood, or strippers, and it was not enough look to get booked, and we had to survive and like push ourselves to accept it and be there. At some point, we were not too serious taking collective because we were refugee and we had a language barriers, and we were not, of course, people who are writing a long 2-page emails to them, or I don't know, like applications to the pages to write. This was for us something a next level, a next world. I mean, I don't remember until my 19 how many emails in my life I got. So like but then like pandemic, corona time was, and after that so many things that just change it, like community lost in general, I think. um because regularly stage performers, we had this kind of culture that if someone new coming, somehow we crossed on the backstage on stage from old performers, and we somehow knew each other, and also our crowd from old performers, we transferred to new ones, and it continued after each other. But then there was a big break, and on that time, so many new performers came out, and the old ones, we didn't know them, and old ones want to be a safe and not take a risk with the new ones. Maybe they will not bring an audience or like many other reasons. So it kind of separated the community. It didn't like come that much together, not corporations anymore. And then now it's another, we have so many problems to, for especially the community space. Like one of the problem as a queer collective mentally, that we didn't feel comfortable or disappoint us when we travel to other city or festival spaces, that somehow we felt kind of an object uh, to fill out the space. Okay, we have also in our lineup refugee people in Czech, you know, like, and when we check the whole lineup or whole space there, we don't see any other BIPOC or queer artists, and we are only there. And I don't know how much it was diversity then. Another thing, we also travel to many open air or the big festivals, and then many trans, queer, BIPOC, and immigrant refugee performers always in the side stages or side times. And when I watch the main program lineup, people, and I thought, what is the problem? Like, why we don't get that main spots? Like, are we less important than them, or we don't do enough professional our job? No, it was just like we were not known that much as others. So this was kind of a disappointing point, and we start our Oriental Festival. And this year we had already third year, only the space for like whore artists, like sex workers, body position, who are really proud from their job, what they do. And Oriental, it's like Oriental for us. I'm a belly dancer, and Oriental is Sharqi, like belly dance. It's kind of a dance style. So it presents the half word. It presents more Swana country performers, and it comes together. So Oriental, and this was also, since now it's a problem that people doesn't get it. Like for example, we applied for one funding with this Oriental name, and then we got an answer that unfortunately we didn't get it, and even they answered the name with point Oriental Festival, like they didn't use even a horror word. So like we are still on the way. Like there are so many things I feel we have to do, and or I don't know, from one space when we wanted to do like to rent the space for festival, one manager, she said that why Oriental? I don't think it's a right word. I don't want my daughter would be named as a whore. So they didn't give us a space. Like, yeah, it's just fun. Why someone should name your daughter as a whore? Like, yeah, there's so many discussions, but still it's happening. Of course, there are so many also supporters, lovers, and community that supporting these spaces, alternative spaces. Of course, like for many sponsor or space, the club, venues, maybe most wanted music sounds more safe than Oriental name, but we are challenging, so kind of a challenge machine. And yeah, nowadays we are discussing how we can do next year, how because the clubs gets rent expensive venues. Of course, artists want more money every year, and only question how to keep the community that we have like together and come to the space what we do, because like fundings were in a way even before not that much option possible thing for us. We didn't get that much, and also we couldn't apply to so many places, so we were kind of most our events like self-organized.
That's maybe a point to think about, like inside of communities and going inside communities, maybe do things together that you add, like put things together rather than do like everyone do their own thing. Because sometimes I think that's happens a lot in Berlin that everybody wants to have their own thing. So with the funding, it's going to be more difficult to who gets it and how much. And so maybe we have to start thinking about crossing the aisle and be like, hey, do you want to do something together? And so we have like a mixed bag in the story, but we're supporting many communities. Maybe I don't know. Could be an idea, because I definitely see that all those things that you've mentioned definitely in the work that I do, and I also work with a lot of artists, especially in the touring aspect, that are coming from countries where the chance to come to tour in Europe, for example, they have to have like 3 months straight of shows, like almost every night, to even make enough when they go home that they're not losing money, and that is crazy. That is crazy. So like, and there's so many talented people everywhere. We know that like music is just like, we're living in this business, which is amazing, but and it just feels like the room is getting smaller and smaller for us to be able to enjoy everything. And yeah, I'm looking for alternatives. So yeah, I read an article too about that somebody sent to me beforehand. It was posted in many different ways. It was just about a solo artist from Hamburg, a pop musician, who basically said, she wrote an article to say basically farewell to the music business. And then it started like kind of conversation. Then somebody from Livecom, I got to write his name down here, Felix Gradler from Livecom, then jumped on and was talking about defending the venues, and then also then throwing and saying, oh, it's these people that are taking all the money, and so it's starting to become like everyone wants to kind of pass the bag and who's actually responsible for all this. And I guess we could all probably write down a few names or not names, but things that are causing the problems right now. But I think we have to start thinking about more solutions than to think about just how horrible it is. And that's kind of where I started with thinking like, okay, I don't want to be like have this downer space where we're only talking about that, but actually think about how we do it. Because I mean, the music business has always been precarious, has never been like, I mean, as long as I've been inside of it over 20 years, and definitely we know the history of music. It's definitely, there's a lot of people that have been made money, and most of them who do not. So we see that happening here, but in a very different and very slanted scale, which I think is, for me, the most disturbing about it. I had a question. Sorry, my notes here. Yeah, so I just wanted to be an alarmist in that whole situation to think about it. But maybe we could open it up right now, because we have some time to ask any questions. Anybody has questions for us right now about either what you've experienced or what you're going through, or what something has been directly spoken about on the stage? Maybe there's a microphone too if anybody has questions.
I'm just sneaking up on you.
Yeah.
Say,
Yeah.
you have a few more minutes left.
Yeah.
And also, if there are questions that you might not want to address in front of everybody, we have the Swap Card app, where you can also pose all the questions, commentaries, also maybe on things that were mentioned earlier that we might not have the time to address just now. Then you can just put them in there now, and I'll have them on my iPad, and I can also address them then.
Nobody has questions? I cannot believe this. You're so dumbfounded by the the paralyzed. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of stories about live bands canceling their tours, and I'm seeing that, you know, bands that several years ago, when they released an album, they would tour across Europe. Now they're barely doing anything. And I'm kind of feeling like there's already a reaction to that, where I'm seeing a lot more new artists being focused on being solo artists, and I feel like it's already kind of changing the culture, where people, when they go into music, they prefer to create art that is a bit more sustainable for them to keep up. And I'm just wondering if you're feeling something similar. You think that the future might be a situation where we see less new live bands that are actually a full band? Or are there any kind of thoughts about what kind of infrastructure we can create in the future to make band tours a bit more sustainable again?
That's a very good question. I mean, I definitely see that happening. I mean, I know with bands that I work with, that we talk about, I mean, the touring schedule usually are months ahead, so you're looking at, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh no, we didn't get enough gigs, so we had to cancel the tour. That happens very, very often, and more, as you said. And I do see definitely more people coming out, and even if they have a band where they're from, they often go on tour alone, because they can travel them with their laptop and their one instrument or whatever. So it's simply more efficient. I don't have an answer for that. That's what I would love to figure out, how to help them. I know that like festivals maybe are one way that they're actually, the income is there usually in something they can, but that means they have to have somebody help them get a lot of those gigs. So I don't know how many you need. I mean, not, maybe you have more experience with that, like calculating how much does an artist need in a cycle, like of a touring cycle, to be able to make it.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I don't have a solution. I'll just lead with that. But right now, with the agency that we run, when someone's considering building a live show, if they ask me for advice, one of the things we recommend is thinking about the technical footprint, as in, can it travel in a Pelican case? You know, can you even take it on hand luggage, which is quite a petite setup, maybe like Octatracks or whatever. And, we are finding it harder and harder to build really big live AV shows. Like, you have to have a huge audience there. I think the last really big live AV show with like 4 people on tour, we did that in 2018, kind of pre-COVID, and you need to think about which venues have the backline, how many tickets you're worth. Post-Brexit, for the UK-based artists, you need to have car nets for your tech, which is basically like a visa for things traveling. Or you could go down the kind of path of least resistance, which is just don't build the show unless you're supremely confident that you can do that. I don't have the data in front of me, but I did see something online about how there's just no bands in the top 40, etc. And I think there's a lot of things at play here. One of them being just music genre trends, but I definitely think with the margins and festivals getting thinner, festivals will be happy to kind of skew towards things that don't really need to have that much technical setup. And in terms of like an artist, whether it's DIY or with an agent routing a tour, yeah, the amount of things you need to have in play in terms of, can the equipment be hired locally? What are your visa situations like? And that's just assuming that your let's say your hypothetical band is based in Central Europe. That's before we even get on to the conversation about who gets to tour, who has the money in the bank to tour, who can take the risk in the tour, who can get the visa, etc. But it's a much bigger conversation that we can get into right now. But that's some initial thoughts on the obstacles for these kind of things going on tour beyond a DJ or a kind of one-person live show.
Can I? Sorry.
Yeah.
I just like something quick to add, that I just feel like it's kind of hard sometimes to know what's the chicken and the egg in this situation, where it's hard for me to know if the reason that you see live bands trending less than they were like 10 years ago is the result of touring costs being so expensive, and or is that like the other way around?
I'm not sure, because I don't really have enough kind of like hard data. I would hypothesize that are there fewer bands making music because they can't take it on tour? Are we all becoming more insular anyway? Like you say, chicken and egg. There's probably people that are much more knowledgeable than me that have an idea about DIY scenes in their own city. But when I go back home to Glasgow, like there's still a DIY scene there, but there's not as many bands as there used to be when I grew up. I don't know if that's just a kind of the normal kind of like ebb and flow of musical trends. When I was younger in the city, there was lots of like garage bands, and now not so much. And yeah, how much of that is these kind of economical costs, and how much of it's just kind of the natural kind of change in musical trends?
I was actually just suggesting that because there is so much more opportunity to like create music on your own laptop, like high quality music on your laptop, that there is like more solo artists coming up, because like back in the day, like you needed to have like so much more equipment to make one song. But like now with like the digital music production, versioning, it's like so many more like solo artists. So I guess this is also part of it.
Hi. I wanted to add to that globalization. Basically, we're so used to artists touring now, and I wanted to actually ask this question as well. Do you think there could be a cultural shift in live music if we focus on keeping it local, supporting the local scene, more and more investing in DIY spaces, in upcoming artists, but not just funding-wise? Like, if all the gatekeepers came together and really focused on supporting local scenes, would that create, like, is it even a thought that's being spoken about within the scene?
I think this was a little bit what I wanted to get at when I was thinking, like, I think we need a bit more of a scene thinking. To my knowledge, I don't think there is this conversation on a bigger level, but I think we should be having it, like also how to distribute risk, or how could we build infrastructures for those kind of coming together. Like, at the panel that we had the other day, we were like thinking about like who could, for example, create, like where could such an infrastructure be located? We were discussing like, oh, maybe GEMA or something, like somebody who already collects and redistributes. How could they do it better? You know, how could they maybe take on, probably they are not the right ones, but we were just like thinking about it. You know, who could actually bring people together and create this, or like ticketing platforms make, I think, still tons of money. I think they shouldn't. Like, I think they should, like, that money should go elsewhere, you know, like, or how could we redistribute risk? Like, if you rent, somebody was also saying that before, like in the past, sometimes you would maybe have a door deal, and then the venue and the promoter and the artist were kind of sharing a risk. But now you have to rent out the club, so the sound tech is they charge horrendous amounts of like hourly rates. Why actually? Like, I mean, yes, they also want to survive, but then if everybody else then has to give up on their money, like how are those things distributed, and how is there also a solidarity between everybody working in the business?
I agree. I definitely saw that for myself when I started going, like 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I paid 450 euros for rent. Now I'm paying 758 or 800. And then I haven't sold a ticket, and I still have to pay them, the band, a wage. Then I have to buy the food for the backstage and for their dinner. And then I have to pay the technician and maybe sometimes the security guard. So it starts blowing up, and you have not sold one ticket. And this is what the scary thing is. For the other side, like, then we have to, where do we put, you know, I can't hold that myself as a promoter. And that's the problem. You need people like me to help to do the stages, to take the risk. I mean, I'm willing to take a risk, and I've always done that, but I can't take all the risk. I can't anymore, and that's kind of where I think is like we have to think about. Yeah.
Can I add? Oh,
No, but please say, and I'll speak on.
no, just a very short. And also, then the risk is on you. So you would be doing all the promo. But if the club also shared a risk in this, they would also be promoting. And then at the end of the day, there would be more people coming, because if everybody shared in the promo, you know, then...
It used to be like that, but it's dwindled, for sure. Can we have one more?
I just feel like, no, I just want to say, when we speak about like local scenes and local ecosystems and all this kind of stuff, I think there are a lot of players, individuals who are very willing to be proactive. And speaking about these smaller venues, there's a lot of people trying to find alternatives to exist within this ecosystem. But then it's also, it's kind of like, you know, looking at the climate crisis, like we can do what we want to do, but there's also factors around us that have a bigger impact. So it's like, if you want to talk about bringing down, like, it's too expensive to go clubbing. Okay, let's reduce the fees, the entrance fees, or like DJs are charging too much, or our live acts are too expensive. Let's reduce their fees. But ultimately, when you have a situation where rents are being hiked, where like access to funding is more restricted, because especially in the current climate now, you know, if I'm going to be really explicit, you have a situation where government funding is no longer as easily accessible to everyone within the sort of the club political spectrum. You know, what you're talking about the Oriental festivals, there's obviously certain, you know, collectives right now who might be less likely or less able to access the fund they could have before because of things like IHRA being, you know, coming in. And I'm not trying to assume anyone's political spectrum right now, but it is a question about how you can access help and what you have to do in order to do that, and if that compromises your moral values or so. And like, I know CTM, for example, you know, they are having issues with, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to spill that tea. Anyway, yeah, but long story short is that there's like a lot of reasons why, as much as the will is there and the actual desire and ability to take the action is there, it's like, what do we, how do we engage and acknowledge the sort of context within which we are working, and what can be done about that? So when Watergate closes because the landlord hiked up the rent by like God knows how many like percentages, it's like we want to talk about saving venues, but how can you save venues when it's becoming increasingly expensive? So I don't know if that's a form of like crowdfunding or what, you know, kind of looking at alternatives. And I think it's very easy to sort of be a bit of a doomsdayer, but I guess it's like we haven't got the answers, but like, what are the alternatives? Because what has been really beneficial in places like Berlin is that they had, am I talking too much? Yes. Sorry, okay, I'll stop. Sorry, we haven't had much time to speak. Okay.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no,
I just
I'm
wanted
just-
to
yeah,
give you a
go for
little
it.
breather into the ear so you know, like, I'm
Sorry, I was just trying to rush it because I'm seeing this ticking and I don't want to, but it's fine. No, it's fine. There's no point. No.
Because it's actually important. And what we're coming to is basically that we do need a live Music Credit Crunch 2.0 conversation. We really do, because we just grappled on so many spots. And as a also systemic coach, I can see where we need way more of these spaces in these rooms. And I just want to say thank you, Melissa, for hosting this panel. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Prince. Thanks, Andrea. Thanks, Juba, for adding your expertise. And please give it up for them.
I just want to add one thing is that with being Music Pool, I will definitely be going into this topic more for sure, and we're going to think about in the new year to do some kind of bigger group formats, so like not only one-on-one consultation, but maybe like discussions or group discussion. So this would be something that I would probably start with anyway, so that we can start thinking together also about, saving our music scene here in different, whatever ways that is. So thank you.
And once again, please feel free to use the app if there are specific points that you would like to add towards this conversation that we haven't been able to address. Otherwise, thank you so much for being here this morning. And then we're gonna, whoever wants to stick around for the next conversation, we're going to talk about, in the age of AI, how to not get sued with your music. So this is going to be a swift exchange. Thank you so much for being here today, and stick around if the next conversation interests you. Eins, zwei, jawohl. Das klingt doch saftig. This sounds nice. Not me accidentally slipping into German. Now, we're going to continue right away so we do not lose any time. Now, for the previous panel, I asked everyone to come all the way to the front. What I'm going to do now is I'm asking everyone to go all the way to the middle and to scoop towards the middle. So if we have people joining us, they can do so without interrupting the whole flow of the conversation. So if you're seated on the side, I am kindly asking you to move all the way to the middle, and the same applies to this side. So anyone joining us later, they can just scoop in. For those who joined us just now, welcome. Welcome. Very glad to see your lovely faces today. And next up, we are going to talk about AI and how you will not get sued, ideally, and how to navigate music copyright in the age of AI. If you have any upcoming questions, please feel free to use the app Swapcard, where you can pop in your questions, remarks, whatsoever you'd like to add to the conversation. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Jay, who's going to be hosting the next panel. Please give him a warm applause. More energy, more energy, more energy. Come on. Get these hands warm.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Shannon.
What can we expect for the upcoming panel?
We can expect a team of experts. So we're going to ask a few questions, but let's get everybody on stage.
All
first
right,
so we can take it
enjoy.
from there. Thanks. Yes, there's joining Lucy, Linda, Marcus, and Marco. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick introduction. My name is Jay Ahern. I am Chief Growth Officer at the Association for Electronic Music. We're a global trade body representing various businesses within electronic music. It's over 300 members across 40 countries. It includes publishers, CMOs like GEMA. We've also got labels, booking agents, Pioneer is also a member, and Beatport. So it's pretty diverse. Beatport represent. Alex is in the house. Okay, I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, starting with Lucy.
Hello, everyone. Not up to me, apparently. Thank you for starters for spending your lunchtime around copyright. That's an unusual choice, but well done. My name's Lucy Caswell. I have the title of Chief Innovation and Government Affairs Officer. It's for a trade body representing all of entertainment retail in the UK. So 300 independent record stores through to games, video, film, and all of the, we call DSPs, music streaming services as well. I also spend the rest of my 9-day week doing licensing, so acquiring and negotiating copyrights with all kinds and shapes and sizes of digital uses of music on a global basis. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Stark. I'm a songwriter and I also own a small publishing company here in Berlin. I am also part of the board of Verso, which is the Songwriters Association here in Germany. Verso stands for Vereinigung Songwriter. And yeah, I think I'm the creative in this round.
You are.
Burn. I feel it. Hi, everybody. I'm Marcus. I'm the CEO of Cyanide, and we're a Berlin-based AI company in the field of AI tagging and music search, and we specialize on the B2B music space, so basically music sync, and working together with a bunch of publishers and distributors and labels worldwide to organize their catalogs and make them more searchable. So essentially, we're an AI company that elevates, that lifts like the creative power of the actual human creation and make it more visible, and sort of like are one of the defensive lines against generative AI as well.
Hello, is it working? Yes. Well, my name is Marco Erler. I'm from Hamburg. I'm a lawyer from Lausen Rechtsanwälte, representing companies from AI business and from the music business, like record labels, like aggregators, publishers, and stuff like this. And I'm advising them in the usage of copyright-protected content within the frame of AI technologies, and I've tried to use a bike today, a bicycle, and it's very warm, and I like to have the light on me. As you can see, it is warm on the stage.
You look good, Marco. Okay, so for the benefit of the audience, what we've got on stage here is we've got legal, we've got AI music analysis, we have creative, we have publishing, IP, government lobbying. So this is a pretty good panel to talk about this stuff. So I want to set a couple of parameters for sort of define the semantics of this. How many people in the room are creators or artists making music? Okay, that's a pretty good cohort. How many people are working in the music business? Okay, we can talk some deep shit today as well. This is good. Okay, great. So this is important because there's kind of been an othering of the term AI. And AI is not a catch-all for like music generative AI. It can be a lot of different things. Also in the music industry, it's very helpful in the business tools sector. So this is also an important thing. So when we're talking about AI, it's like, you know, leave the sort of yellow press tabloidism at the door. This is gonna go deeper into it and how it can work. Also, I think from a creator perspective, it's also pretty fun to work with generative AI as well. Linda, do you want to tell us a little bit about that in your workflow?
Yes, I can. I was just talking to somebody before the session, and they were like, you know that this is live streamed and might be taped, and you have to pay attention to what you say.
You get a lawyer.
You know, like our topic is don't get sued, so I'm trying not to. But I actually like to work with AI, though I'm a songwriter. I mean, for some people that are in the industry or that work in music generally, they have this assumption or they are of the opinion that AI in general is bad and we shouldn't touch it. But I'm of the opinion.
Ask Bob Dylan. So in case the AI result contain content which is copyright protected, then it is required to ask for license. This is one thing. The other thing, question is, what I said before, whether the user of an AI system could obtain the rights of the producer. This is a huge question. You can discuss it, and I think, yes, he is the owner of the AI result and has rights of the producer.
So Marco, that means if the producer does the prompt, and then it's pure machine output, not any sort of curatorial extraness thrown into it, then you feel there's ownership there.
No, not really.
Okay.
In case you use the prompt and you have a result, then the judges up to now has ruled that the AI result is not copyright protected, because solely the prompt is not enough to have the copyrights with respect to the copyrights of an author. With respect to the producer, it could be different, as I said, but with respect to the author, solely the prompt is not the way to have a copyright. There was a case that a user of an AI system has used, I think, 200 or 600 prompts in order to have a result, and the judge said this is not sufficient because the result of an AI system, in each moment you use it, will have a different result. So you will not have the same results with the same prompt. And that's the reason why the judges say it's not under the control of the person using the AI system. And that's the reason why the judges rules, no, this is not a copyright protected content because of the prompts.
Yeah. Also, I think what's worth defining as well, we're in Berlin, it's in Germany, we're in the EU. So we'll look at law from that perspective, but obviously, Lucy, you're bringing in UK perspective and also international as well, because Songtrader, who you're also working for, who also own Bandcamp, are a US company.
Well, that's right. It'd be difficult to find a digital service that was geo-blocked in any way. So even if there are, where we have a conflict in so many parts of management of IP and music, is that they're under a national jurisdiction, but applied and utilised globally. Yeah, David, who's front and centre in these sort of conflations. But I think what we have here in the UK, in my UK, in terms of songwriting copyright, is that copyright is attributable only when there is a human author. it also says that only a human can have originality and creativity. You know, I think that's a whole nother panel debate as technology progresses. But in terms of ownership, I think that's really relevant in the distinction that was just made there. If it is solely the prompt that is used, in other words, the output is entirely and exclusively machine generated, then currently UK law, still differently to other jurisdictions, doesn't quite capture computer-generated work. However, most creators that I certainly work with use various tools to create a composition. And in the same way as it was once said, oh, you can't use a drum machine, that's not proper musicianship. All of these evolutions open the door to music making to more people. People who are wired differently to use different tools in different ways, harmonize them together, take a little piece of this, use it in the way they want, add something else. And there are so many of these tools, as you described, that are used for a part of your composition. And if you are the human author of the resulting composition, then you have some copyright, certainly in UK terms. But what was also mentioned then, as is the case with any kind of tools used to use music making, is it yours? Did you use something that was owned by someone else in some way, in some part?
Did you know?
Or a bigger degree? And did you know? And also to the flip side of that, and the importance of letting everyone else know which bits you own. So the return comes that way when somebody wants to use a piece of your work. I'm going to have to get the metadata word in early, but I'll leave it there for now. So none of it really changes the normal structures of if you use tools to create something, you are the author and composer, right? If you are the human element of that. But if to any degree you use someone else's stuff, then they retain that copyright to that degree. And if you didn't use a human at all, then you don't get afforded copyright.
And you also don't know what the output was if you don't have a or a sort of massive knowledge of music. Like Gen AI output of something could give you a piece of music that you are really feeling, you incorporate it, and then all of a sudden you find out it was a piece of another song that you weren't aware of as well. That can also present issues. I think that's why we look at MRT as well as valuable in that.
I think so, and what we'll go on to talk to more, and what was touched on here is there's never been anything wrong with a hive mind. You know, everyone has inspiration for music. With Sync, you know, want it to sound and feel a certain way, and how do I find that? And technology gives sort of multiple of the ways that someone on their own would be able to do that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But there are two questions: who owns the resulting parts of that output, and who owns the content that enabled that software to be created in the first place? But that's probably another section of the conversation.
Exactly. No, that's good. So I am, just to say it here because of a couple of things. Copyright, we're talking about mechanicals and publishing, or sort of copyright in there. There's a copyright within the recording itself, the recorded music, and then also the publishing, the intellectual property of the work. Whenever you're training on something, a piece of music, it's a recording. There's also musical work in there, so there's two sides to it in terms of that. Now, metadata. I look at you, Marcus, because metadata is such a big part, and I hear so many conversations that go on, particularly in the electronic music world, and I'm sorry to whine about it, but it's like, oh, artists don't want to fill this out, they're creatives, they don't think about doing metadata, blah, 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 blah. I agree. If you want to go out and you want to create music, and it's just about the creation process, fine, do your thing. But if you want to make a career out of it, there are certain things that you need to do. It's kind of like taxes or banking, as Lucy and I talked about last night. You got to do metadata. But Marcus, you're actually also making it easy on people because you're extracting from the audio.
First of all, great to be compared to taxes. Thanks for that.
No, it's my pleasure.
No, but you're absolutely right. It's like the ugly little sister of the creation process, and sometimes it's heartbreaking. You know, somebody is working on their first record for like 2-3 years, producing it, pouring their blood, sweat, and tears, their entire heart in it. And then like they're not getting any exposure because they upload that to DSPs, and instead of like Americana, they put country folk as a tag there. And that's sometimes all it takes to like not appeal to the algorithms. And you know, I watched an interview with Yuval Harari the other day, and he's like, we're breaking it down. It's like we're making content for the algorithm, not for the human, and that's kind of sad, but it is that way. And we're helping a lot of DIY artists, 150,000 in fact, worldwide, to get this metadata, to get accurate metadata that they can then take off our platform. Like, by the way, like how it works is like you just upload your audio file to the platform and it spits out the metadata right away. It generates the metadata from scratch. And then you can just like copy paste that, put that in your Spotify for Artists or wherever you want to distribute your music, and then you're good to go.
Exactly, but also I think that touches on AI as a business tool. And that, you know, this is, we were talking about AI, it's like Gen AI, it makes music, it makes this. I mean, I actually came to it, like in my past I worked with generative AI teams for music creation, but we were looking for a royalty-free component, and we actually trained on, we had our shit tight. But with what you're doing, obviously, you are sort of directing traffic in a way that the creator is actually going to have proper metadata. They're going to have tagging that the companies that are working with it sort of down the line, be it Sync or their distributor or what have you, will have that. So that touches into actually getting paid, which I think is important. But Cyanide has to train on stuff. And that's tricky because for me, I'm going to call it right now, it's like, okay, if you're going to train on music to create more music, I understand compensation for the training data. I also understand it for music analysis to a certain degree, but why aren't there different rules? I mean, like, I think I can share that. Like, you got takedown letters from the companies that send takedown letters regarding your, how do you want to frame that?
Not like takedown letters, like to just frame it, you know, in the right way is that in the European Union we have, or in Germany to be precise, we have paragraph 44b of the German Copyright Act, which essentially, under a couple of circumstances, you know, to be 100% precise, refer to Marco or like read it up, but it just allows you under a couple of, in a certain framework, to use copyright protected works to train AI, right? And what a lot of companies, somebody from the GEMA here, it's like, did is they declared an opt-out out of, like, you can declare an opt-out as a, if you have the rights to do so, if you either the rights holder or you have the respective right, or you got the respective rights from the rights owner to do so, you can opt out of this 44B and say, like, my works, my song that I created, you're not allowed, and no one is allowed to use that work without a proper license. And so they just kind of like spray and pray, sent these letters to all of AI, every AI company, declaring their opt-out, kind of to, I think, to kind of make a precedency where you could, which you could use maybe in a court at some point.
I think spray and pray was great when you said that, because they were just like, okay, you do AI, everybody stop.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, we have a lot of friends and we know a lot of people at GEMA, so we just like called them up and like, hey, what the fuck? Like, what do you do here? And it's actually like, you know, the targets are obviously other AI companies, but like, you know, for the off chance that we might move, like no one knows that, right? I mean, we know that we won't, but for the off chance that we're going to move into generative AI, so that we have sort of the same opt-out like everybody else. But upon calling them, actually, they did tell me that, you know, our company, or like company of our likes, are a little bit excluded from the direct focus, but we still got it. And I think what they're trying to build up is some sort of like split system or a multifaceted system of licensing, because like it is very clear that we are favoring the music industry. Like, you know, we're the incumbent music industry. You know,
plus CMOs are investing in tech too to fix problems. I mean, CMOs like GEMA, everybody know what a CMO is? Kind of, yeah, okay, Collection Society, whatever. They're investing in tech for these reasons. So,
right, yeah, and I mean they have a lot of collaboration, and there are so many examples of AI for good in the music industry. Like if you're looking at stem splitting, or if you're looking at, you know, sophisticated search algorithms, anything that kind of drives the music industry forward and drives consumption and drives discovery, that's per se, you know, that's a good thing. Yeah, full stop.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So I want to get Linda back in this conversation, but I'm going to do it with Marco actually. So I think I can say you were involved. Paradise AI Kitchen. We can talk about that?
We can talk about that.
Yeah, good.
Maybe in the first stage, we should explain the different legal basis for making an AI training, maybe. A
Let's
few
do
words with respect to it. So, as Marcus said, there is maybe a legal base called 44B in the German Copyright Act, but it is not clear up to now whether this will be sufficient for AI training. This is for text and data mining. This is the wording of these legal clause, and up to now it's not clear whether text and data mining covers AI training. Because when the legislator has made the law, there was not really AI, and nobody has an idea about generative AI. The legislator said, well, okay, maybe AI is covered, but generative AI, he has no idea about generative AI. So at the moment, we have two opinions. Opinion one is, it is covered by text and data mining. This is 44B. And the other opinion, for example, from the initiative copyright law, said, no, it's not covered. You have to review each kind of AI system, whether this is part of the text and data mining. So nobody knows whether in the end the Supreme Courts would judge that it is covered by text and data mining and it is the legal base. In case it's not the legal base, then you have to license the right of reproduction, because the right of reproduction is required for AI training. In case it is justified by 44B, then the author has the right, as you said, to opt out and say, no, I'm not interested that my copyright protected content will be used for text and data mining, brackets, AI training. So that's the legal system.
And also there's a moral rights piece in that too, in terms of the opt-out.
Yes, you have to sorry, you have to monitor the personal rights. So in case you will use copyright protected stuff, for example, for advertising, you have to ask the owner. But in the end, it's the question whether you will recognize the content in the AI result. With respect to AI training, in case you use it as it is, not like an adaptation or a modification, it's not a problem with personal rights. But in case you start, for example, use it in another way, another modification, also it could be personal rights affected, but this is more for the AI result, in case it's recognized in the AI result.
And that's interesting too. I mean, moral rights too are specific to Germany, EU, but not all countries.
Well, in the EU or in other countries, you can have the same discussion with fair use principle.
Okay.
More or less.
Interesting. Linda, how do you feel about your music being used for training? If you're compensated?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult question, because I think if the compensation would be easy, I would probably say yes, no problem. But as we look at it now, it seems to be not so easy. And that's what kind of makes it problematic for me. On the other hand, I think every songwriter can listen to my music every day on the streaming platforms, and they are going to steal from me anyway. Yeah. Like, I am also getting inspired by the music I hear.
That's human stealing. I guess it's legal in a way.
Yeah. Everybody else is stealing from me, but I'm getting inspired. But yeah, I also, I'm of the opinion that up to a certain point, you can only come up with stuff that you have heard at some point in your life. Like, your brain can only invent what you have learned at some point. This is why I'm writing pop music, because I grew up with the radio. And yeah, so I think it's, if machines learn from me, it would be great if I get paid for it, as well as if it would be great if I get paid for when other writers get inspired by my stuff. But luckily, GEMA, as one of the first, if not the first CMO, has made a little push in the direction of compensation of rights like that. So that's a little yay, and we'll see how that moves forward. So Yeah, but I also like I had to already sign a contract as a producer, like on the master side of things, where I had to sign that I'm waiving off the AI training because the label wanted to secure the rights for the AI training just in case.
Yeah. And we have now the court case GEMA against OpenAI.
Just
started
news
today.
this morning. Marcus was
This
texting
morning.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I'm gonna grab Lucy in, but let's go back there, okay? Because that's kind of an interesting. In terms of this cycle of compensation, so do we think? And you can call bullshit on this, or you can actually say, CMOs. How do you feel about CMOs being involved in that loop in terms of like these inputs and outputs of Gen AI music, and they are defining the splits. They're defining that. Are they in the best place to do this? Do you feel from your perspective, or what's the feeling in the UK?
There are so many conversations there. I mean, starting with what's inspiration and what's plagiarism is debate. Sometimes it's clearer than others. And I think that's the problem with technology done at speed and at scale and at a micro level, is that clarity. Who manages any outcome is kind of the second conversation, because to the points made earlier, in the UK, we're looking at these other jurisdictions and what they have legislated for. We're looking at the EU Act and actually now how it's having to evolve, because typically you give people technology, they don't quite use it in the way that you thought they would.
100%.
And it does other things as well. So we're in an evolutionary space in the technology. So our position is don't regulate for obsolescence, because you're not really seeing the many, many use cases and outcomes of what very, very similar technology will do. And to your point, there is a starting point, a division of we're going to need technology to keep up with scale, volume, accuracy, efficiency, opportunity, especially on a globalized scale, which we heard about earlier. CMOs are positioned to be able to manage a lot of data on a global scale, particularly on the many facets of songwrites, for example. If you have a machine that manages similar data, why would you not use that machine for the new purpose of that data? So I don't think there's a who should have it and who shouldn't conversation. I think it comes down to how efficient is that system and what are they managing? Because everything in the music industry, to a large point, and licensing terms, obviously there are national and statutory licenses, but in a large degree, it's done by contract. And the letters that were sent by some of the rights holders didn't just say, never use my stuff. It said, never use my stuff without my permission and a nice chunk of change. So it's let's negotiate what that new use is for. So the industry is establishing that there is a new use case here. There is a copyright. There is a copy in some cases, not always, but where there is, that's already covered. Do a license for it. Where I've done licenses for prototyping, so just training, we do fall into that, is it science and research, which is currently allowed, or is it commercial, which would be requiring of a license? There's also the temperature in the room of the music industry that says, no, I don't care. You have to come and talk to me if it's my stuff that's going to make you something good to use. I think there will be different stages of licensing, that prototyping, then a sandbox, and then a commercial exploitation, really just for the basic fact that different music is used at different stages in different ways. But we first have to define the practice before we get to managing what data is used and outcomes of that.
I think that's a very eloquent answer, actually. But it's true. I mean, Marcus, from your perspective in terms of your business, that's probably also music to your ears, something that you experience. That there should be different levels in terms of, like Lucy just said, sandbox, prototyping, or full-on commercial use in terms of allowing you to train.
Right. I mean, you see, you just elaborated also on the fact that for R&D purposes or research purposes, of course, there's like, fair use directives in also like in America and the Copyright Act. But yeah, I mean, like, again, like kind of coming back to the fact, I think if you favor the music industry and like how does it, like it's first of all, it's easier to obtain the license. I mean, matter of fact, for us, like we've been around for like 6 years now. So back in the days, it was much easier to obtain a license from rights holders, just on the fact that we will help them obtain their business goals easier, right? So we literally got that for free. Like, and that was a long time ago, and it was very specific to us, which is great because we're 100% compliant literally from the get-go, and we didn't even have to rely on 44B of the German Copyright Act. But people are getting more, like people, especially bigger rights holders, are getting savvier, right? They're getting more educated about the topic, they're getting more educated about the value, sometimes maybe even overestimating the value of their content plus metadata for training. So there's a little bit of a, weirdly, it's becoming harder.
Well, they're trying it on to see what they can get away with, too.
What's that?
They're trying it on to see what they can get away with.
Glad you said that, not me.
So what?
Glad you said that.
It's a business negotiation. Sorry, Marcus, go for it.
No, it is kind of strange that it got, like, instead of getting clearer from a legal perspective, it seems to be getting more and more complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so also just to kind of, I'm going to take the tech position for a second. I mean, I come from rights holder background, etc. But okay, so I just, you're doing good. It's a good product. You're trying to get metadata sorted. You're trying to get creators paid. You're trying to get music noticed. And, you are domiciled here in Germany. You're dealing with laws, which Marcus has explained and can explain further on things. But you've got competitors in different countries where they don't have the same restrictions. Somebody in Singapore, for instance, Japan, the US under Trump. That's going to be a fucking nightmare. But anyway, things will change. So how do you feel competing domestically with global products? Do you feel that is there a stifling of innovation in this respect?
It's kind of, it feels very strange, but like the European Union, and believe me if I say that, they're very liberal on AI directives when it comes to like this text and data mining. Like you do not, otherwise you wouldn't have the RA Suno and Udio lawsuit. Like if they had something like the 44B, but they don't. It's a little bit more blurred there. So, all of this and like the ongoing conversation actually, like, it is in our favor because it keeps the competitive landscape kind of small, because the entry hurdles are humongous to just get data to train on legally. And then also if you release something and you don't have customers and you release something now, like people will immediately look at you and like, all right, yeah. What did you take, like, for your training data, and like, knock on your door. That's why, like, we've seen a lot of companies also in the field now using ChatGPT, but obviously, like, that is maybe a little bit of a bumpy road.
Just to unpack that for a second. So basically, in their products, in their back end, they're leveraging ChatGPT.
Yes, exactly.
Which obviously exposes them business-wise for trouble. It's not their own IP.
And I mean, rightfully so. A lot of players in the music industry, specifically the majors, are shying away from any company that uses ChatGPT because, I mean, I don't know if anybody works for any major, but like if you're trying to type in ChatGPT on your browser, probably you're getting flagged somewhere as like, oh, this person is trying to like get it. Like you basically can't use it from a company computer if you work at the majors. Actually, I'm not sure with Warner, but I'm sure with Sony and with Universal. Anyways, if anybody here from Warner? No, none. We're not going to point you out, don't worry.
The room.
Yeah, so you cannot even use it. So like if they are working with the company, working with ChatGPT, or like on top of ChatGPT, that basically is a Trojan horse for them. Like, they open AI in the back door. So that does work in our favor.
So kind of so what I'm getting from your conversation, one, you don't feel stifled by sort of competing commercially, being domiciled in Germany. You like some bits of the EU, I think we all do in that way. And the other thing is build your own shit. Don't leverage other products. Okay, that's cool. Something I want to talk about, because that was nice that you said that about Germany, because also I thought was interesting from German news, as it were, is that Paradise, which is an aggregator based here in Berlin, came up with the first sort of legal Gen AI track, as they called it. And it featured Hefbefehlt and a number of artists who were in this. Everything was cleared in terms of the training data. And also Linda, which might be interesting, is that the artists can leverage, if I get this right, their AI kitchen product to actually make, to prompt and make music as well. And all of this is legit. All of this was done also under the jurisdiction of Germany, so they probably jumped through some hoops. Marco, you were involved with that.
Well, yes, but honestly, as I am a lawyer, I'm not allowed to tell.
I understand. I'm putting you on the spot.
Secrets, but yes, in case you have the idea to make an AI system in Germany and to make generative AI in Germany, the first idea is how to deal with the rights, and you need the rights from your licensors in order to make this business, because you have two possibilities. The first thing is 4040B, and you say, okay, the law allows me to use it, or you say, no, in order to be safe, I ask for the rights. This is the first question, which is required. And as you are interested to have a good relation to your licensors. And with respect to this, you're thinking about licensing of rights. So it's the first stage. What else you interested?
No, that's good. And also, sorry to put you on the spot, but also it's kind of fun to do it. But I think really what we're talking about here is this can be done. There is a path forward for legal, generative, ethical Gen AI for music. And I felt when I read about what Paradise has done, I was like, okay, there's a use case. And we did it in Germany. Wow.
Yes, but what is the question?
I think the question is in that despite the layers of domestic legal issues, or despite the laws, despite people trying it on with training data, despite that there are paths forward to actually make this happen, then it can be done. I know that you were in the driver's seat on that. You can't talk about certain stuff, but the product got out. It's there. No one's in trouble, no takedowns.
I maybe have a little example for that. It's not from the music industry, but from the advertisement industry, because a friend of mine is a speaker, and he is the ad voice for Ergo-Versicherungen. And so he's on all the TV clips, but then they said, we also need a telephone voice to answer all the calls that come in, and we want to build it on an AI system so that many questions can be answered by this artificial intelligence, but we want a real voice for that. So he got into a studio and recorded, I don't know, 2,000 takes of whatever different sentences, and they were not only in a insurance context, but it was also simple sentences like, I have a house in my garden, or stuff like that. Yeah, that was a sentence that makes sense, great. But yeah, just recording random sentences to train that AI for his voice, so that the iconic voice could answer the calls from the company.
And that's obviously there was compensation involved. There's a product that I mentioned,
definitely,
like a voice swap, where certain session musicians allow training on their voice.
And it was also limited onto that company setting, so it can't travel outside the company, but it's just in this company environment.
Yeah, so there's use cases. And Marco, just to circle back, I think that my question was more, are there paths forward? I think you answered that. Yes, there are paths forward.
Maybe.
That is a beautiful lawyer answer, actually, to tell you the truth. So that's good. So I think we got some time where we can do some questions. And should we take those from the audience? Is there anybody running around with a microphone? Oh, you got one. Okay, here, you can use mine.
I would like to pick it up from Linda, because I happen to be the most famous AI voice. I was lending my voice to the first Siri of Apple, and I also worked for our professional organization Verband Deutscher Sprecher, I can't translate this now, on the regulations alongside this for the future, because I was from the very first generation, a similar situation, because nothing was regulated. Many colleagues of mine faced like chaotic contracts. They were experiencing global enterprises playing over the circuit with offering an Italian speaker a Polish contract so that he wouldn't be able to sue there and so on. And now we have the situation that we only have 5 and only US big companies offering AI voices for the whole, all languages in the world. Yeah, I mean, China has many patents, but the running operating systems come from Silicon Valley, and try to negotiate with one of them. Yeah, I mean, OpenAI had used Scarlett Johansson's voice without paying her. She has the money to sue against them, but do this as a mediocre whatsoever artist. So the problem is that obviously there in the US they have like this exploitive mentality, and we don't get behind it, we can't cope with it. Me, myself, I had these negotiations with one of the 5 companies in the US, the voice director, the global voice director residing in Cairo. Okay, Teams, no problem. And then we have worked on frame conditions for my profession, numbering for which time usage whatsoever, what amount, how to compensate that you lose your existency, you know? I mean, this ergo speaker, for example, he must be paid so well because he won't be able to work anymore. In his lifetime, he learned something, he put time, study and money into it, and it's devaluated. That's a really, I think the big political scandal is that we talk so much about climate Nachhaltigkeit. What's Nachhaltigkeit in English? I don't know. Oh yeah, thank you. But not about social sustainability. Where is that? I know so many graphic designers, photographers and so on who can't live from their job anymore. It's the truth and it's happening right now. And so that's, I mean, I'm a little bit scared about it, and I think there needs to be compensation, just similarly to when the GEMA was introduced, because musicians didn't want to have their music played just without being paid. And that's, yeah, anyway, I'm getting too long.
Maybe to just shortly add to that, it was just for the telephone hotline. I mean, of course, the voice is out there now, but the contract regulations are just the telephone hotline. So hopefully he will get other jobs. He negotiated the contract very well. That's I think that's also why I came up with why I brought up the example now. But also where I think where it's difficult with regulations is the example that I mentioned right at the beginning, where I was saying I'm altering my voice through an online platform. I'm just uploading my voice like it's nothing, and I'm downloading the altered thing, but I've never read the terms and conditions on this website, where maybe somewhere in the back end on page 10 it says, hey, and by the way, we're using your voice that you upload to train the further voices that come up. So maybe at some point, because I have uploaded some of my voice samples, maybe there is already a Linda 2.0 somewhere on the web. I don't know.
Yes, I mean, the ergo speaker might have been following our frame conditions that we developed over years. It was hard to convince a German Vorstand of a professional organization from something like that. But we have regulations. You can read it everywhere in the net, what he receives, how much money. The point is, this is a German company. They have lawyers behind them, and they can protect this speaker. But like I said, the traceability once you deal with a US company, for example, that woman with whom I negotiated, she had also heard about the German frame conditions, but their company wasn't really willing to, how do you say, to durchsetzen, enforce, thank you. Yeah, that's the problem. So we were trying over years. We have solidified as we have been gathering with from other countries, like 40 institutions, and we're also part of the Initiative Urheberrecht meanwhile, and it needs more like this.
We need to quit it now. Okay, so we need to close the curtain on this. So I'd like to thank all of you for participating today. This was really, really fun. We're going to be around, so these wonderful people will be here too that you can ask questions. Marco, Marcus, Linda, Lucy. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Jay, very, very much. Thanks a lot to all of your panelists. And once again, if you have any remaining questions, pop them in the Swap app. If you want to stick around for the next conversation, stay comfortable. Otherwise, we're going to get changed and continue in a few minutes. All right, all right, all right. As we are still settling in, I would like to kindly ask you, for the ones who are seated already, just to find your seats towards the middle of whatever row you are in. So the experience has shown that some people, obviously the venue is really big, and then it might take a bit of more time until they get here. So if we can all scoop all the way towards to the middle, the ones that can, that'll be very, very helpful. And if you, yeah, I'm seeing you, you're meeting people, you're swapping contacts. I love that. And at the same time, I would love to direct all of our attention in the room, all of our attention in the room, all of our attention in the room. As we are going to head to the next panel, PROs, CMOs, IMEs, why register? Chris Cook, please welcome him with a warm hand of applause. He will be the host of the next panel. This is going to be a microphone, and if you can just let us know, what is your panel going to discuss?
Oh,
wow.
What's our panel going to discuss? Well, the title is PROs, CMOs, and IMEs. There's a prize for anyone who knows what all three of those stand for.
Oh my God, what's the price?
Does anyone? I haven't figured that out yet. This bottle of water. So yes, we're here to talk about what I call collecting societies, which are the usually not-for-profit organizations that license all sorts of uses of music and collect money for songwriters and music publishers. I call them collecting societies. Collecting societies don't like being called collecting societies, so sometimes they call themselves PROs, performing rights organizations. It's a bit of an American term, we don't like that. Or CMOs, collective management organizations, or IMEs, which I think is independent membership entity. We'll find out once my panel is up. So basically, everything you need to know about collecting societies and collective licensing is what my experts are going to talk about.
The floor is yours. Once again, also please welcome all the upcoming panelists.
If you all want to come up on stage. So while they take their seats, I will introduce myself, and then I'll get them to introduce themselves. Yeah, my name is Chris Cook. I run a company in the UK called CMU. We exist to help people navigate and understand the music business. So through our media and through our training courses and through our consultancy business and our events, we help anybody who has any connection with music to understand anything to do with the business of music. I can't help you write songs, I can't help you record tracks, don't know anything about that. But once you've written the song, once you've recorded the track, I can help you from that point onwards. I spend a lot of my life talking about copyright. We've tricked you into a copyright session, really, kind of. I'm going to say a little bit about copyright in a moment, just to make sure everybody is up to speed. But why don't we begin by just getting very quick 60-second introductions from each of you about what you do and the organization representing here today, and we'll start on the far side of the stage.
Thank you. My name is Stefan Hitti. Just remember Shitty, that's my actual nickname. I am an international writer relationship manager at GEMA here in Berlin, and super excited for this panel. Can't wait.
Hi everyone, my name is David. I'm a father of one daughter and two dogs. I'm a surfer. I'm Portuguese and I happen to be a lawyer, a music lawyer. I work since 2011 in the music industry. But I'm here as digital licensing manager and international manager for Unison Rights, which is like a Barcelona-based company. IME, independent management entity.
Management
entity. So we basically manage publishing rights for publishers and writers. And yeah, super happy to be here with some good friends from the industry. Thank you.
My name is Claudia Kempf. I'm head of the membership department at Suiza. This is the Swiss Collecting Societies, Switzerland and Liechtenstein. We cover 2 territories. Yes, and I'm happy to be here.
I'm Daan Deetmeyer. I run the International Repertoire and Members Department at Buma Stemra, the Netherlands-based society, and have been working in the music industry for 20 years or so. A long time as publisher as well, 10 years or so.
So we have 4 take your pick, PRO, CMO, IMEs on the stage representing 4 different markets across Europe. Before we get into sort of scrutinizing these guys on what it is that their organizations do and how you as songwriters or publishers or artists can get more out of them, I'm going to do 2 very quick things. First of all, quick show of hands to see who we've got in the room, and then I'm going to give you some very quick facts about music copyright, and then we'll get going with the conversation. So who here is a songwriter or composer or involved in writing rhythm and melody? Okay. Who here is a publisher? Okay, a handful of publishers. Anyone here an artist? You can be more than one of these things. Okay, anyone here a producer? Okay, label, manager. Okay, is anyone here a customer of music? A radio station or a club or a venue? Okay, so we've got a few customers of music and lots of owners of music and music rights. Okay, so we know who's in the room, that's good. So yes, we're here today to talk about collective licensing when the music industry licenses as one. We're talking about the copyright side of the music industry. So I thought just before we get going, just so everybody in the room is up to speed, I have a few copyright facts to share with you on the screen from CMU. So first things first, when we talk about music copyright, I'm sure you all know this, music copyright fact number 1 is when we talk about music copyright, we're actually talking about 2 different kinds of copyright, 2 different sets of music rights. What I call the song rights and the recording rights. The copyright in songs, any combination of rhythm, melody, and lyrics, I'm calling that the copyright in songs. And then the recording, when we record a version of a song. And as far as copyright law is concerned, these are 2 different things. So it's really important to remember that. In terms of terminology, we often call the song rights the publishing rights. So when we say publishing rights, we just mean the song rights. Here in continental Europe, we sometimes talk about author rights. When we talk about author rights in the context of music, we mean the song rights. Then on the other side of the screen, the recording rights, we sometimes refer to those as the master rights or the masters. And in parts of continental Europe, we refer to those as the neighboring rights. It's a useless term. It has multiple definitions. I wish everyone would stop using it. But under French copyright law, the neighboring rights is another way of talking about the recording rights. Today, we are focusing predominantly on the song rights. The 4 organizations here on stage, they are representing songwriters and music publishers in monetizing the song rights. In terms of what happens within the music industry, because copyright law treats songs and recordings separately, so does the music industry. So we have 2 strands of the music industry, both involved in copyright. What I call the music publishing sector, which is all about songwriters and songs, and the record industry, which is all about recordings, artists, and labels. And in most countries, when it comes to collective licensing, there will be one organization working for artists and labels on the recording side, and another organization working for songwriters and publishers on the song side. In some countries, there are multiple organizations doing recordings and multiple organizations doing songs. But again, remember, today we're focusing on the left-hand side of the screen, the song rights and their societies. Just a couple of other quick terminology points before we get into the conversation. Copyright is all about control. Copyright is a legal concept that exists in most countries around the world that gives creative people, so that's most of you, control over the outputs of your creativity. It gives you control in a number of different ways. So as a copyright owner, you have control over the reproduction, distribution, rental, adaptation, performance, communication, and making available. I see that as a subset of communication because otherwise it ruins the symmetry of my slides. These are all the different ways, as a copyright owner, you have control over your songs and your recordings. In the music industry, we quite often refer to the reproduction and distribution controls as the mechanical rights. We may use that term here today, so just so we're clear on what the mechanical rights are. It's a 19th century term relating to pianos that play themselves that somehow we're still using in 2024 to refer to the reproduction and distribution elements of the copyright. The 2 at the bottom, we quite often group together and variously call the performing rights, and look, another definition of neighboring rights, but in the songwriting community, we tend to talk about performing rights. So today we might distinguish between performing rights and mechanical rights. Last thing to say is the basic principle of copyright is as follows. If you want to make use of copyright protected work, of a song or a recording, because the copyright owner has control, you have to get permission. So to carry on from the previous conversation, if you want to copy a load of music onto a server in order to analyze that content, in order to train an AI, that is a copy. And unless you can find some loophole, the copyright owner has control. You have to get permission. And copyright owners usually sell this permission. So as copyright owners, you charge people who want to use your music, and that's how we make money out of copyright, and that's licensing. When we use the term licensing in the copyright sense of the word, that is what we're talking about. And in the music industry, we sometimes license through direct deals, where the actual artist or songwriter or label or publisher negotiates the deal. So advertising sync. If Coca-Cola wants to use your music, they're probably going to come to you as a songwriter or your publisher, to you as an artist or your label to negotiate a deal. Or maybe you hire a sync agent to do the deal in the middle. But in many scenarios, particularly when it comes to the song rights, the music industry employs collective licensing. The industry basically licenses as one. And all the writers and publishers appoint a single organization to license on their behalf. And that organization is a collecting society, or if you prefer, a PRO, or a CMO, or an IME. Or if you're really tricky, use also an MLC, which some societies call themselves, weirdly not the MLC. So lots of jargon to basically mean the same thing. So that's my quick introduction. If you want my slides, give me an email address and I will send them you. But now let's get into the nitty-gritty of the conversation here today. And I guess when it comes to these organizations, collecting societies, let's go with CMOs for the rest of the conversation, except when we're talking about IMEs. When we're talking about CMOs, the most obvious thing that CMOs do is they gather all the rights of their members, they issue licenses to users of music, and they collect money from those licensees, and then they distribute that money to the songwriters and the publishers. So why don't we just start at this end of the stage? I mean, in terms of the different scenarios in which you're issuing the license and generating money, when I get that report that an organization called CISAC publishes every autumn that has little pie charts of all the different ways that you guys are generating income, there's lots of tiny little slices, which I don't really understand what they are, but there's some big slices of what is bringing in the serious money. So maybe just quickly talk us through, in terms of when you're issuing licenses and collecting money, what are the big revenue generators for you and the members that you're representing?
I think currently for most modern songwriters, online digital rights are the largest part. I think with most new songwriters, it's more than 50% of revenue. And it depends on what type of music you make. If you're a media composer, it's a lot stronger on sync, on mechanical licenses. Live performances can be very big as well, but you have background music when music gets played in stores or in bars. Yeah, there's a lot of ways license, and some places that we are not able to license, but in general we're able to license everywhere where your music is used.
I guess that's interesting, isn't it? Because there is that narrative that nobody makes any money out of streaming. And yet what you've just told us is that the biggest revenue generator for all the writers and publishers that make up the societies actually is streaming income. So it is now
not
a really
just streaming,
important
but
stream.
digital. And
Yes, so that would include Netflix, it would include downloads, it would include YouTube.
Yep. VOD, actually, Netflix and such are considered, in some territories, still considered TV, and in some it's digital. So that's a bit confusing as well.
And I guess the key thing is, most of you will know this, but for those of you who are artists and songwriters, I guess when you're releasing music, if you're self-releasing, which most artists do initially, you probably find a distributor, like a TuneCore or an eBay Bands or CD Baby. You upload your tracks, it's streaming away, they're paying you money. But it's really important to realize that those distributors are not doing what you guys are doing. So there's a separate copyright, remember. So the distributor is only licensing the recording right. And then I guess if you are a member of one of your organizations, you are licensing your members' rights to all the different digital platforms.
Yeah, exactly.
I might move now into, so digital and then live and public performance. I guess those are two of the really big revenue streams. Are there any others? Maybe if we just move down on the line, are there any other big revenue streams that we should realize are flowing through these organizations?
Well, for us, the broadcasting rights is a very important income still. It's the most important, and performing and online rights, yes.
So by broadcast, that's both TV and radio?
Yes.
And I guess what was interesting over the last 5 years is during the pandemic, some of these revenue streams took a hit. and then some of them didn't. And I guess, obviously, the most obvious, live music, I mean, I imagine for most of you, disappeared for about a year.
Yeah, but we expected all revenue to go down, but it was, at least in the Netherlands for Buma Stemra, it was quite well compensated with the revenue coming from digital, for example. So we expected a really big gap, but yeah, that didn't really happen in the end. But of course, live and performance and also background music in some cases got a big dip.
So we've talked about the really big important revenue streams. So we've got live and public performance, background music, we've got digital, we've got broadcast. Are there things which you don't license? So are there scenarios where a songwriter's songs are being used, but actually you're not going to be doing the initial deal? Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I'll go to that one, but I think that because the majority of the people here are like songwriters, and I imagine that there are like indie ones or DIY ones commenting on what you said about distribution companies. I think it's important that for you guys to understand, and I think we all stand in the same position here, that when you go to TuneCore or to DistroKid or to other companies, not naming any specific one, but they used to do only distribution. So the other part that Chris talked about, like the master rights, but nowadays you'll have like a tick in for publishing. And my advice there, if I can give you any, not as music lawyer, but with my Unison hat, is they are just publishing administration companies. They don't collect directly your rights. So every time you tick a box saying, okay, I want you to collect my publishing rights, instead of going directly with Buma, with Suiza, with Unison, or with Gamma, they will be using us to collect those rights. So what you are doing, it's centralizing something, but having an extra dip for that, another cut. So it's another middleman. I'm not saying that they are not good in what they do, but it's an extra cut that you'll have on your royalties.
So I guess just to that point. So first of all, if you're just using a distributor and you're not ticking that box, the distributor is not collecting any of your song money, your publishing money. It's flowing through the collective licensing system. If you do tick that box, ask yourself, do I need that? Because you guys are already issuing that license and collecting that money.
Do they actually collect? Because maybe they become your publisher, but you're not represented as a writer still. So it's not always the case that they collect your money. There are cases where you automatically sign up with a CMO, but...
Absolutely. I couldn't let that pass, you know, like, because
good tip.
Some people are just, but regarding what we don't collect, for instance, as an IME, but like what we don't collect, it's sync, for instance. We don't collect sync. Although there are some CMOs who include sync in some deals with the broadcasters for like, you know, like the news and some non-commercial stuff. As an IME, the difference between IMEs and CMOs, one of those, is that we don't collect, for instance, private copying. There are some rights, private copyright or cable retransmission right, that are mandatory collected by the CMOs. So we, IMEs, we cannot collect those rights.
So I guess there's two things there. So first of all, you were going to, as I said, when you see the pie chart of all the revenue streams, the sort of the really narrow ones, that would include the so-called private copy levy, which is usually these days coming from device manufacturers. We won't go into the private copy, we don't need to talk about that today. So most CMOs are collecting that, although we'll come back onto IMEs in a moment, but you are not. But I guess sync's the interesting one, isn't it? Because broadcast includes TV, and so we're synchronizing music and TV programs. So in that scenario, you are, in essence, licensing sync into TV. But I guess when it comes to things like movies and games and ads, that's where you're not necessarily getting so involved.
Yes, you have showed us at the beginning the different kind of rights, and actually there are 3 types of rights. One you already mentioned, blank tape levy, but you have the moral rights. The moral rights, they are strictly related to the writer, and in these rights we are not involved into, because it's about paternity and it's about integrity of the work, and we don't decide sync fees, or sync. We don't decide on if you want an arrangement being made of your song or a remix, all these kind of permissions or authorizations where you can negotiate some fees. are not within our competence. We are just the third type of rights that you mentioned, the usage rights, that where we are your partner and on the remuneration claims.
Yeah, because the guess thing is when CMOs are issuing the licenses, usually you're issuing blanket licenses. So your entire membership's repertoire are part of the license. So I guess that's when this idea of the moral right comes in the scenarios where actually the individual should have the right to say yes or no. Yes, Coca-Cola can use my music. Yes, you can turn my folk song into a metal song. And in those scenarios, a conversation needs to take place. You might then collect some royalties down the line, but that initial deal is going to be separate. We've talked about what everybody knows that CMOs do, which is the issuing the licenses, collecting the money, make sure you're in the system to get paid. But maybe we'll come to the far side of the stage. Let's talk about some of the things that CMOs do beyond issuing the licenses, because actually there's lots of other activities that organizations like Gamer, like Boomer, etc. are doing that perhaps are not so obvious. So maybe we should just talk through some of those.
Sue OpenAI.
That happened this morning, if anyone's not up to date. So, following on from the previous panel.
Yeah, and also, by the way, AI is one of those things that we don't license, hence the lawsuit.
But that's not because you would like to.
We would love to. I think the main thing that most people don't realize how many PRO, CMOs, IMEs do is how much creative work is actually done around sort of like the standard day-to-day business operational-wise. And so I know we had a lovely lunch before and we realized like, oh, we all do some sort of collaborative songwriting camp sessions, whatever you want to call it. We recently had a camp with STEM writers together here in Berlin. Boomer Stemmer is doing the same thing. I think this is the one really big subject that people don't realize how much we do. And since I see a couple faces of a lecture that I had last Friday here in Berlin at a university, we educate. We do go to mainly universities, but also to this, we try to show people like, look, we don't just collect money and redistribute it and basically like are a little bit like a union for writers, if you will. We are not. Please don't sue me over that. But it is a bit of like a collective for writers, publishers, anybody who creates, in our case, music. And I think that part is often overlooked, that it is a collective on top of being technically a financial institution.
So yeah, so we've got the educational role of reaching out, and I guess particularly for people early on in their career who are understanding all of this for the first time, but sometimes particularly when we get into digital and AI, it's actually educating every single songwriter and publisher. And then there is that creative role of organizing events that bring writers together to create or sometimes to discuss issues and professional development. Is there anything else we'd like to throw in terms of what your organizations are doing?
I think the public affairs side is very important as well. As a collective, we are able to influence politicians, big companies, lawmaking, getting fairer payments for songwriters, which still isn't the case if you compare to the master rights. So I think a very important role of societies is the public affairs side. So yeah, don't underestimate that. Also, if you theoretically you should be maybe able to claim your own rights with every big company, but knock on Google's door and say, hey, my song is being used, and they won't answer. So you need that collectiveness to
power of the collective.
Exactly.
But not a trade union.
Yeah, and we have, I don't know if all of us have this, but we have also a social fund. We have a pension fund. Some societies have pension funds. So when you're retired, with that, suicide is 63, then you are retired. You get a kind of a guaranteed income until you're dead.
That's as a member.
As a member, yes. So we have also a social function, or if you are in need during the pandemic, I think a lot of the CMOs have built up a fund to help our members in need. And we have this fund also when there's not a pandemic, if our members are in need, financial need because of illness, accidents, dental costs. We were talking about dental costs in Switzerland. We have to pay our dental costs by our own. So yeah, as a writer, this can cause you problems, so we can help quite quickly.
Just one thing to add, to bring it back a little bit to the core business. I don't think we have a lot of music customers in the room, but this is also something that people don't generally understand. When you obtain a license from one of us, you also have legal soundness that you are doing everything right. So like you buy a license from GEMA or anybody anywhere in the world, you know that I am allowed to use that specific song for what I am planning on using it. And so like that writer also can't come around the corner and say like, hey, you know what, you used my song, where's my money? So I think this is also something for the customer side, you have legal protection in that regard.
So we've been brainstorming this list of all the things that these organizations do. We understand the licensing, the collecting money, the key revenue streams, some of the sort of smaller revenue streams, and all of this other support. And I guess for any members of GEMA or any of the other CMOs in the audience, I guess some of the writers and indeed some of the publishers, some of this may be coming as a surprise. And I guess, you know, I think most of your organizations, you are membership organizations. And I guess the advice would be to be getting in touch, reading the emails, keeping an eye on social media, to participate in all of these schemes and support initiatives and to inform them, to get the absolute most out of your organizations.
Yeah, maybe one point we have been discussing it when we were preparing this panel is that we are issuing codes. And these codes are...
the data points.
Yes, are crucial. We issue the ISWC. When you register a song, and we are registering the song in our systems, then the CMOs are creating the ISWC. This is the International Standard Work Code. It's the lesser known, smaller brother of the ISRC, the recording code that is better known, but the ISWC is the unique identifier of a composition. And we all work with the same code. So a song normally should have just one ISWC. This is one code that we are issuing, and another one is the IPI. It's the interested party information number. Suiza is administering it on behalf of CSAC and BM, our umbrella organizations. But every society, when you join in a society, is issuing your personal identifier, the IPI number. This is a really important number. If you if you're a creator, you have a number in the IPI system. It's not only the musical creators, but also if you are writing books or you're a film director, it's always one number you have. It's for individual persons and for legal entities. And so you are recognized when you're going in China to a studio and working with someone, give the IPI number, and the Chinese society will know who you are. And they will know who you are, with which society you're affiliated, and which society, if you're affiliated with several society, deals with which of your rights. So this is all registered in the IPI. So yeah, it's crucial nowadays if you want to make the most of the money.
No, I always look at it as in each country, the music industry only knows your song exists if it's in the database, and the database is the database run by the CMOs. And obviously in many countries, I mean, some countries there is formal copyright registration, where there's a government registry where you can register. In many countries there isn't. And even if there is, actually, as far as the industry is concerned, it's these databases that matter. So making sure every work is registered, an ISWC is then issued, IPIs for all the collaborators. Without that data, you don't get paid. And I know lots of songwriters who don't get paid.
That can't be stressed enough. Get your metadata in order as soon as possible. As soon as you have a song or a release, preferably before release, register it with the proper metadata, because there's a lot of things possible nowadays with machine learning and data, etc. But if you spell a name wrong and you don't have the IPI or whatever, systems get into conflict and the money doesn't know where to go, so to say. So just, you know, the most important thing as a songwriter to be doing register with a CMO or an IME and get your administration on order, just like any profession. And if you're not able to do it yourself, sign up with a publisher or get a manager who does it. But really, really important, get that metadata in order.
Okay, so I think we've covered all the basics, what the societies are doing, the different revenue streams, the other support, the data. So maybe let's get into a bit of nitty-gritty about terminology and how things work and how things have changed. Let's come to this IME CMO question, which we've kind of alluded to at various points, because I guess in terms of PRO, CMO, in many ways they just mean the same thing. The Americans tend to talk about PROs, and in Europe we're more likely to talk about CMOs, whereas IME is something distinct. So maybe explain to us what that term is and why, therefore, Unison is a little bit different to the other three organizations here on the stage.
I will be the most diplomatic as I can. So basically, one of the things that we cannot do as CMO as IME is to collect some of the rights that we were talking about. There are rights that are expressively reserved for CMOs to collect.
And that's where either the law or the government or both have said, for this right, this organization is going to distribute the money.
Correct. Some are due to national legislation, and others, I don't want to get very legal-ish here, but others are through European directives or regulations that mandate that. One important thing to know, because I used to work in I call it traditional, not subjective, but objectively traditional CMOs. I worked there before, and when I moved to an IME, which is like it would do the same thing, but we are for profit, and we are not controlled by the rights holders. We are not controlled by the publishers and the writers. We are a for-profit company, and that's the main difference in terms of like legal difference. But when I came from traditional CMO to IME, apart from all the friends that I kept, but many people said, okay, you are moving to the dark side. And I would like to make it clear that this is not black and white. We work with several CMOs, for instance, for offline collections where we cannot collect directly. We use this network of agreements with the societies here. But I think it's very important to stress that since 2014, you guys, songwriters and publishers, you have a choice, and that choice doesn't need to be, oh, I want to be Gamma or Unison. I want to be Suiza or Booma. No. Since 2014, and it's very clear, you may choose to put, for instance, your digital rights with Gamma, your broadcasting rights with Booma, and your private copy or blanket tape with Suiza.
Now, why would you tell that anybody?
Sorry?
Now, why would you say that here?
But I think it's important that people know that it's not like, oh, I choose Gamma or Booma or Unison. No, you can choose for each type of rights, which society or which CMO or IME, it's better for you. And another difference, and you stressed it out.
Maybe just add something also for each territory. Not
also for each territory, and to be discussed if for separate catalogs, but that's another discussion. In Finland, it's possible, but
Just to clarify that, so as well as splitting up your revenue streams, you could be working with different CMOs in different countries.
Absolutely, and you can have like a CMO like Booma or an IME like Unison or Gamma or Suiza to license your digital rights multi-territorially, where you centralize the collections in one entity, so you only have one cut. When I say cut, it's the administrative fee, and you have all the information together instead of having 27 or 28 reports. But one important thing, and I was raising my hand when you were telling what CMOs do that it's important besides collecting, and you talk about illness and disease, so it's very important also, and I'm here to be very transparent. We only have one commission at Unison, so normally it's a 10% commission. We don't have extra deductions like the fellows here do, but we don't offer any social or cultural support. So if you want to join Unison, for instance, for any type of like digital usages, don't expect us to help you if you are sick or if you want support for a new album. No, we have this commission, we don't have extra commissions, but we don't do that. We don't do this role that CMOs do. So I'm being the most transparent as I can.
And I guess what you're alluding to there with like 2014 as being a key date, I guess traditionally, you'll all be able to find exceptions to this to go back further, but traditionally, generally, every country had a CMO for songwriters and publishers. They issued licenses in their home country. a blanket license, pretty much every song you could imagine being licensed, but they didn't license in other countries. And so, Gamer would allow Boomer to represent its rights in the Netherlands, Boomer would allow Gamer to represent its rights in Germany, and you didn't really compete. And most writers generally joined their local CMO and were probably not even aware there were any other CMOs, unless they got big in America and someone told them to join ASCAP. And I guess what we've seen over the last 10, 15 years, partly under pressure from the European Union, partly under pressure from the music industry, and partly under pressure from the CMOs themselves, is the one-stop shop blanket license on a territorial basis, on one level, is brilliant. If I'm a radio station, the fact I can get one license, brilliant. If I'm a songwriter who doesn't like admin, the fact that I fill out one form and I'm represented for the world, brilliant. But it does then create some competition law concerns, because then the EU regulators will say, it kind of looks like you're monopolies in your countries. So there's been a lot of work to get you guys. So weirdly, I always think the CMOs, you're doing two things concurrently. As you said, you're still collaborating every single day of the week. You are still representing each other's rights. You're constantly working together on this side. And then on this side, you're ruthlessly competing with each other because you've got to provide the best services to get in there. And I guess in amongst all of that, then there was digital, wasn't there? And digital changed it. So you are now, particularly when it comes to the digital platforms, licensing beyond your borders. And maybe one of you could jump in and sort of explain how those multi-territory deals on the digital side are different to the traditional radio, TV, live performance deals.
I mean, I think it basically comes down to that it's no longer territory-driven, but repertoire-driven. And it doesn't make sense if your music is used globally and it's online. You can easily make a deal from Amsterdam with a company in Japan, the same way as a company in Japan can do it nowadays digitally. And it's mostly for efficiency, for lowering of fees, of lessening the possibility of leakage, data transparency. There's a lot of reasons why it makes sense to do it, but at the same time, yeah, it does also cause competition, which makes us less monopolistic and more like a commercial company trying to improve our services and business as well. So it's tricky because we're dependent on each other, and we wouldn't be able to survive without each other. But at the same time, it also puts everyone on putting their best feet forward, so to say. And now it's only digital, but everything is data, and in the future it could also be live broadcast, everything, because everything is data. So yeah.
And I guess in practical terms, it means whereas, correct me if I'm wrong here, if I'm a Gamer member and my track gets played on the radio in the Netherlands, Boomer's going to collect the money under the traditional system. Correct. But if it's streamed on Spotify in the Netherlands, you're getting the money directly from Spotify under the Gamer license.
It's, to be honest, like the whole collaborative nature of us, but then talking about digital is also really funny because it's a bit like you literally have the three entities in Europe who all work with separate digital hubs. So obviously Gamer collaborated a couple of years ago with Stim in Sweden and PRS in England and founded ICE. And then Suiza obviously has Mint, and Boomer Stemmer is working on Salt, I believe. So it's kind of funny that like it's in a nutshell, it's being collaborative but still competing with each other because we do work on digital solutions that each of us think may be more beneficial for the system that we're trying to build or have.
So I guess when we took, so the big trend that's happened when it comes to digital, first of all, as CMOs, you're licensing multi-territory, whereas traditionally you only did in your home country. And then, yes, those licensing hubs, or whatever we want to call them, those organizations where a lot of CMOs collaborate on digital licensing, partly because the digital services don't like doing too many deals. And so if you can reduce the number of deals, the digital services are happy. Also, there's a huge amount of infrastructure you have to build around digital licensing, and why build it 6 times if you can build it once?
But the competition is also good, because like anything that has competition, it's a different thing if, for example, CMOs or PROs or whatever have to negotiate with Spotify or Apple. Imagine if you all of a sudden have 3 online rights hubs, let's call it that way, and they all negotiate with Spotify separately for certain rates and deals. We all benefit because, like, maybe Suiza is in a position that they are gonna negotiate this year, and we have to wait another 2 years, and then we can say like, oh, okay, you know, like it's gonna go up eventually. So the competition generally is always good. There is plenty of work for everybody, especially in the music industry, and I think the one doesn't exclude the other.
And I think competition is also good for the creators, because we have to improve our services to be, as you said already, more transparent, more efficient. We all try to make the most money for our members. So for the creators, it can be a good thing that there is competition.
I've got 2 last questions in our 6 minutes left, so we'll have to get some punchy answers to each of these. So I guess the first one, these you may well be summarizing things you've already said, but I guess in terms of the people in the room who are writers and publishers who are members of one or more CMOs, how can they get more and the most out of their CMO, whether that's in terms of revenue or whether that's in terms of support or any combination? So let's start on the far side.
Register your songs. The minute they come out, don't wait 3 months, 6 months, because then the money's gone.
So register songs
and
quickly.
Agree who is registering the song, because sometimes if you're collaborating, everyone thinks that the other will register the song. So really, this is, yeah.
And especially if the writers are members of different CMOs, coordinate how you're doing all of that as it's being logged. Anything else that we can be doing to get the most out, whether it's revenue or support?
Get in touch with your CMO. You know, a lot of publishers can do a lot of work for you, but if you're, especially if you're an independent artist or independent-minded, get in touch with your society and you know, tell them about things that go wrong. We're not there to do things wrong. It's not in our benefit to do things wrong or to miss royalties. So just communicate with us and let us do the work for you. You know, so communication.
And don't sign anything you don't understand, or click on buttons.
Yes.
Tick buttons you don't understand, and don't be ashamed if you don't understand. I mean, we have legal advice. There are a lot of associations with free legal advice where you can go to check the contracts or read the terms and conditions. If you buy beats, we regularly we get registration with beats, but you can't do anything with the beat you have bought. So yeah.
I totally agree with what they said, and I think that some people don't understand. That would lead to a different panel, but the importance of music publishers and managers, by the way. But many of you, even if you are indie, if you get like this overview, and you can get it with the metadata that you currently get even from distro platforms on how your repertoire is performing worldwide, then you can make wise choices on where to register and with whom to register for which territories and usages.
We talked about some of the ways in which CMOs and what they do have changed over the last 10, 15 years. So finally, if we look ahead to the next 5 years, what do you see as being either a big challenge or a big opportunity, or both, for CMOs? Maybe we'll start at this end and work our way down.
I mean, AI is an obvious one, but I would also say gaming in general. Gaming is an area where licensing is very tricky, and it's such a big market. So I think that's a really important market for us.
And I guess gaming traditionally began with the big sync where there would be a direct negotiation, but now we're in the Fortnite world,
for
the
hit
Roblox
repertoire,
world.
yeah. But there's
music's being used in those environments.
Yeah, and they have their in-house composers making everything, and if you want to make something for them, they buy out all the rights. They're not licensing to what it's valued. So yeah, it's a tricky world.
AI and gaming.
I would say AI as well. We all together have to take care of the musical ecosystem. I think AI has a lot of chances for us as well. We do a lot of administrative work that AI can help us, but we have to be careful on the output side that it's not too invasive, that in the end the creator is not becoming an endangered species. So I think we all do this, our job to get to support the creation and creators, and we shouldn't forget that in the center of all our activities are still the creators.
I would say, like, in terms of licensing, the same, AI and gaming, I totally agree. But also a third layer would be to get even better deals from the current licensees that we have, like the DSPs and the UGC platforms. On a second level, in the next 5 years, I think it's important to talk about decentralization of the identifiers. I think Suiza is doing a great job with the IPI, controlling it for CZAC. And I know that there are projects with the ISWC, but I think the question about should the ISWC be controlled by one unique entity, we need to bring that discussion to the table and other discussions regarding the identifiers, because we know that the global repertoire database failed, but we need some solution that matches both identifiers, master, and the third thing, it's getting the publishers and the writers to have more freedom of choice, because despite the directive, there are still some ongoing practices in the market that limit the choice for music publishers to choose what they want to do with their rights.
More flexibility.
Especially outside of Europe, for example.
Outside of Europe,
and
it's not the case with you, but inside Europe, it's not the case with Boomer, but yeah.
Finally.
Well, obviously AI. I think if you break it down even more, I think over the next 5 years, because we are at the brink of new technologies being dominating everything, I think we also need to approach AI with open arms, because it has the potential to make us faster, cheaper, more accurate, more transparent, all the things that we constantly preach, and I doubt that any organization can do that to the extent that they would like to. And I think this is the biggest flex that a PRO can have. We are cheaper, we can do it faster and more accurate, and people whose music is used are actually getting paid, be it through new technologies in music recognition, software. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge, on top of having Elon Musk. I don't know.
So understand the different revenue streams, understand the other support that might be available, make sure you're getting that support if it is available, understand the data and making sure your works are all logged, understanding the changes that are happening. There's more flexibility, there's more choice, there's more competition. That only works if people use that choice and use that flexibility and use that competition. And AI, both a challenge and an opportunity. 3 very quick things, we are out of time, but I'm back later doing a speed briefing, 30 minutes on the diversifying digital market. So I will tell you, of all the digital platforms out there that aren't Spotify, which ones are bringing in money today, which ones may bring in money tomorrow, what are the challenges and opportunities. Can we get my QR code back up if you want the slides, if you send me an email address. We also have some masterclasses on licensing. We'll give you a discount code. So if you give me an email address, then we'll send you all that information. We're out of time, but these guys are around. So if you have any specific questions, then grab these guys. Here, there's another session coming up here quite soon, but grab us here, downstairs, outside. Come, whether it's general CMO questions, if it's a specific CMO question, try and name it to the right CMO. But the guys are more than happy to answer your questions. We're going to wrap things up there. Thank you very much for listening. Can I have a round of applause for my panel? Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. And once again, if there were any questions that we did not have the chance to address, please pop them into the Swap app as well. There's also an opportunity. And otherwise, I just want to say once again, thank you very much. This was very informative. I wish you a great rest of your afternoon. The ones who want to stick around, please do so. And the ones who are off to another space, enjoy. And we will continue at 3:30. You're welcome.
Oh, there is like a deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So, you good?
Yes, I'm fine. Do I look not good?
Yeah, I'm good. I have a lot of sugar intus.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, I see still incoming people, so please find your seats, and if you want to, you can scoot all the way to the middle of whichever row you choose, so if other people are able to join us later on, they can do so without interrupting the flow. Welcome. We already had several conversations which, left us with even more questions, and we're just going to continue in that very same spirit. And if you have questions that arise during the panel, you can also pop them into the Swap app, and there we will find them and we can address them. Otherwise, obviously, good old school, raising your hand also does work. My name is Shannon. For the ones who have not met me today, I have the pleasure of hosting today's, this stage. We're talking monetize within the frame of Most Wanted Music Berlin. How are y'all doing? Yay! Okay, that was, I'd say, maybe on a scale from 0 to 10, that was like a 4. Do you think we can get to a 6.5? How are y'all doing? Yes, every day is a, say it again? We're in Berlin. At this time of the day, it's more like, we're in Berlin. Anyway, it is a privilege to see each and every new single day, I believe, in these days. And now I have a very exciting new panel coming up for you. We're going to talk about sync education for beginner. And please do welcome our lovely host. Give it up for her. I've always asked every person hosting a panel, what can we expect in your panel? Can you already share with us?
Oh my, we can expect a lot of terminology.
That we're ideally going to debunk what they mean, the terminology?
Hopefully, yes.
All right. The stage is yours. Enjoy and enjoy, enjoy, enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So welcome everybody to our Sync Education panel. My name is Tanya. I work for STEAM Music Group Sync Agency. And today, as we mentioned before, we will gonna talk about terminology that you need to know if you want to start to do something in a sync world. So this is our lovely guests. Can you please introduce yourself and mention maybe a couple projects or companies we might know you from?
Hi, everybody. My name is Lena Obera. I'm a Berlin-based music supervisor for movies. I used to work for different platforms like advertising, but I decided to stick to movies. So basically, I'm working with film producers, film directors. I'm working on the other side, not from the music needy people, but music offering people, with publishers, with labels, with artists, with agents, with film composers, with their agents and agencies. So I have on the one side the projects where I need music for, and then I have the platform where I am looking for music and clearing music and all what's come. We will probably talk about more. I'm in this business, for many, many years. I think my first movie was 2012. That was my first movie. And just a little anecdote, because I love that, how I ended up doing this. I studied Tonmeister and I studied all this, which actually is exactly my job, but I never thought to do music supervision. And by that time, a friend of my partner by that time, he asked me if I could support him on music for his first movie, because he was doing his final exam on first movie. And my partner by that time was a musician. So basically he asked his best friend to do the score. And on the other hand, he asked me to replace in case the score of my partner would be shitty or not good enough. So basically I'm in the final credits. So that's how I ended up, by kind of coincidence.
It's also good insight of how you can be introduced to the world of sync. Julia.
Hello, nice to meet you everyone. I'm Julia. I'm a sync manager working for Centric and Believe Music for both publishing and master side. I'm representing our artists and works in Germany, Austria and Switzerland. I used to work on the agency side before with Jungfrau is one of the largest advertising agencies worldwide. With the company White Horse Music, doing music consulting. So basically I come from the other side and switched to working more closely with artists, as I wanted to be a little closer to management and artists and work for specific artists and works. Back then I studied music management at the University of West London and was an artist myself, so I would say that I know a little of every part of the music industry. I always wanted to dig deep into every field of music. I wanted to understand it for myself, and I then more and more wanted to do things for other artists, more than I wanted to do it for myself. And that's why I ended up being in sync, as I had the feeling that with sync you really can reach a broad audience and that artists get more views, more listens, and are going to be seen more likely. That's why I'm here today.
Great. Let's do a little round of applause to our guests. Yay. Good. Thank you so much. So let's start strong, and I will tell you that music synchronization, commonly known as sync, is a process of pairing music with visuals. This is what we do, all of us. And for starting from the beginning, let's talk about briefs. How it works, what is this? This is the beginning of the project, right?
Briefs is a very difficult subject, and you start straight into the,
Yes,
really like big thing. Like example, I never ever sent out briefs because and then we also go into this actually what I still hope that I will have a job even though we have artificial intelligence. My job as a music supervisor is actually approaching someone like you, Tanya, approaching someone like you, who I know exactly. Let's make example. When I say to my American colleagues, I need some dreamy mainstream pop, they would send me something what I would never consider as a dreamy mainstream pop, because we have a different approach or different idea what it is. And even though we have to tag and do genre-wise, the genre is very fluent. And when I tell, so, for example, emotional music, maybe emotional is different for me than for you. So basically I do not send out briefs literally only to people I know, that when I write down, I want emotional, creative music in this and explain it in words, which is also very difficult. I know exactly, when I send it to you, you know what I need. Just a quick example, I worked on, or I'm still working on this movie, and the director is exactly my age. We have the same kind of background. So when he tells me, I need a song for this club scene, which is guilty pleasure, I know exactly what he means. So I don't, for you maybe it's different, for you maybe it's different. So my relationships when it comes to briefs is based on relationship and trust. I do not send out randomly briefs because, as you know, maybe I get so much music that it would be even much more work for me to go through the briefs and decide like this is what I'm looking for, than deciding from my own like, okay, this is what I need. So briefs, yeah, very, very good and very difficult thing.
So it's like, in general, there is a short description of the project, right? And I wanted to ask you, Julia, as your past in advertising, they have very detailed briefs, right? It's very common. It's like
absolutely
3 pages. What is in there?
To start at the very base, they literally send you. The best case is if they send you a reference track. And then additionally, they send you like keywords that should be included in the lyrics, for example, then keywords for the feeling the song should survey, then a very specific description of what the song should do and should support. In best case, you get a description of the film they want to produce, so that you can get a feeling of what they really want to show and can get your own thoughts on it and feel yourself more into this film they want to produce. So it's very specific. You get details about the film, about the lyrics, what they should include, about the music, about the rhythmics. They tell you if you should send some songs with several cutting possibilities, for example, as it could be a film where they have different scenes or very fast-paced scenes. Sometimes they also send like the BPM, so that you know which tracks would suit the film best. And all this information makes it way easier to search for suitable songs for the brief. So in the best case, they give you really a very detailed description of what they were thinking creatively about the film and about the music with reference tracks.
Can artists request, like, I want to see the scene, or I want a precise description? Does it work that way?
It's possible, but you have to sign an NDA. Usually it's so fast-paced, especially when it comes to adverts, that you don't have the time to really dig into the whole film, to see the whole film, as sometimes they need it in 3 hours or so, the whole briefing. But it's possible to get something.
But it's not very common, right?
No, it's rare, I'd say.
NDA is non-disclosure agreement. As soon as we have with the basics here, right? Actually, I had very funny description of what people want. They send a reference track, and they mark it there. This is a reference track, but I don't like it. Okay. So
it's very common.
Yes.
It can also be that they change the directions really quickly, that you get a briefing with reference tracks, and then suddenly a day later you send some songs, and then the direction is a total different direction. Then suddenly it's oldies and not a newcomer track anymore.
So these briefs, they are all deadlined, right? And we talk about this a little bit. How short, long the deadlines usually, like in your work?
It depends on what you're working on. When it comes to adverts, they are usually very fast-paced. This can be, as I told you, from 3 hours up to 1 week. This is your time where you are able to search music and send it over to the client. But when it comes to films, for example, you can also have like 3 months to find good music.
2 years sometimes.
Yeah, 2 years sometimes.
You have 2 years sometimes?
Yes, sometimes, because when it comes to movies, you know, often you are, the procedure of developing is very, mostly of the time long, because you have to get some fundings. So basically, sometimes when you get a funding, this movie was already in development like 5 years ago, but because the budget was not enough, so they waited for another funding. So sometimes when you're involved in movie, it could happen that it disappears for a while and then it comes up. So and even though the last example, I worked on a German production company, but after, actually it was also because of funding, then the American company came in. So there was a co-production sitting on this, and then suddenly everything had to change. So basically my work was for almost 2 years. Like the first year was from the German perspective, and then because the American came in, we had to change the music. So when you work as a music supervisor, make sure that you also put in your agreement not just like the amount of songs or whatever, but also the timetable, like after 6 months I need to get paid newly. Also for you as an artist, when we are talking about especially series, make sure that, for example, the series that you have the timing, because you might be still developing the score for the episode number 2, but the episode number 2 is hitting in, and then you have to change episode 1 because you have the review, and normally you have, I don't know how often it is in advertising, but sometimes you said like 2 changes is in my agreement. But then write it down, because it's very difficult. You could come into really slippery slope when you have episode 6 running, but you are still correcting the episode 1 because the production company did not like it.
From my side as a sync agent, I want to say that my deadline's extremely short. All the time, it is from 2 hours to maybe 12 hours. And I also been asking music supervisors, like, why are you doing it? It's such a short notice. And also, when the project is very big, what they told me, that they try to narrow down the amount of music that could be sent, because they should be able to listen everything. And this might be one of the reasons you should be prepared, that sometimes your sync agent or your publisher will call you and say now or never, and it is now or never. It's not a joke, not a drill, guys. So yeah, thank you. Let's talk about a very, very important key thing in sync is metadata. What's supposed to be in there, how it works, and things like this.
Yes. I go for it. Basically, every information about the song is needed for metadata. The more, the better. This can range from lyrics to release date to authors and rights holders. The more metadata you have, the better it is for the client. When it comes to music search, the better it is for us as a publisher as well, to dig through the music, to search for suitable songs for campaigns. Every information really helps and makes music search clearer.
Yeah, from my side, when I work on a movie, I obviously often, because we will probably talk about also budget, or if not, I mention it, you never have enough money. Even though you are Mary Ramos, who does Quentin Tarantino, she never has enough money, because it's always not enough money for music. So basically, when I need to, and I send out maybe these briefs, or I go to even production companies, and I get all these emails with files to download, I have to make sure that that it's not just called the title of the movie, because this person who sent me the music just said like, okay, I found this in my library and the movie is called Treasure, so I called it Treasure Lena. And then I put it in my file, and then when, for example, the production says, or the director's like, listen, this song is great, and then I think, fuck, who sent this to me? Who was it? Then I have to go through thousands of emails of music who has been sent to me, and I wonder who sent me this, because I need to know who was the owner, who has the copyright, who to ask. So basically, most important for me, it's not the title of the song, but for example, like artist, copyright belongs to publishing this and this, master right belongs to this and this. So this is already something where I can, or when you are represented by a sync agent, this is a sync agency. So as many keywords I can, when I'm desperate and I don't know it anymore where the music came from, I can search for, or even I can Google it. And it's like, oh, okay, wait a second, there was Pam working for this agency. So that's
makes the whole work faster. Yeah.
This is great, yeah. Painful topic for me. One stop. It's a lot of misconception around it, even, like from country to country. But in general, it is one term. It's just for some reason, some of the companies perceived it wrong. Let's talk about this. What is one stop?
One stop for me is when you hold the master and the copyrights and you represent both sides. So clearing is easier as you are the person who can speak to both sides directly. You don't have to approach two sides. This makes the whole clearing process easier, faster. And this is one stop.
Sometimes, if you are master owner, and you know who is a publisher, this is not one stop, And if you just know this, you're supposed to represent them. One stop, it means a production company will deal with one company, with one person to whom you license both sides. They can talk for both sides. If you just know who is it, you can give the contact and blah, blah, blah. Is it clear? It's not one stop. Don't
Absolutely,
claim it
and
that way.
this makes it also easier for clients if they have just to approach one person, one team, and can clear the track way easier and faster. And that's why they say, oh, sometimes I'm just searching for one-stop tracks as the whole curfew is really fast. We just have 1 to a few hours, and then one-stop tracks are like, they like to see one-stop tracks then.
Is it for movies important that it's like one stop, or the clearance process can be a bit longer?
Well, it depends. First of all, with the budget again. The budget is like one stop is for me exactly the same. That one person holds the rights for both, or has the assignment to deal with both rights. So basically, I can sign just one agreement, and so it's a sync master publishing agreement in one not one page, but one signing in the signature. In movies, I do work with this when, for example, we have to replace something, or there is so little money that I really have to go, for example, to libraries. Normally, when it comes to my job as a music supervisor to find composers, mostly the composers I work on, but not always. They are already having a publisher or a label, so it's already 2 people. And also songs, which I have to clear mostly is already publisher and masters. But in projects where I have less money, to be fair, because that's how it comes, then and time, it's always no time, no money. So basically then I search for help for one-stop agencies, one-stop libraries, and ask them to support me on several scenes.
Yes, as soon as we mention about rights, can we just I heard a little bit, we talked about this before, but we work with master rights and with publishing rights, right? Can you explain a little bit which one is?
It's pretty easy. It's like master rights represent the production, the rights of the production, usually held by the labels or the artists themselves. Then we have the publishing rights, also known as copyrights. These are the rights the authors, like the songwriters, hold. And usually you have you should have a publisher that represents your rights there. Yeah.
What is a key role of publisher in general in the sync process?
A publisher has a crucial role in the sync process when it comes to making sure that the artists get paid accordingly, that they get a fair fee for the usage of their tracks, and that they have an overview and a good feeling of how the market works at the moment, how the fees should look like. They set up the contracts, they negotiate for you, they make sure they get your approval, they work closely with you, and they make sure to represent your rights properly, so that you're really compensated in a fair way.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention to the publishing and master rights, because for us, because we're sitting in this business, it's really easy and clear and whatever, but it is sometimes not. Because, okay, basically, publishing rights is according to your idea in your head. So you already have the intellectual property in your head, even though it's not out there. You can just sing it or whatever, and that's already your property. And only as soon as you put it on something where you can replay it, then you have the master rights. But which is also interesting, just an example from my music supervision life, like when I am invited for writing camps. And this is also something what you as a composer or manager or whoever should go in and clear it from the beginning. Because basically, yes, publishing rights, when you have several composers and artists sitting in a booth or a beautiful place or whatever it is and compose stuff, then let's say you have a group of 3 people, it should be divided by a third. But then who keeps the master rights? So because, for example, sometimes it's like, like say German Initiative für Musik is sponsoring you to go to Netherlands and participate with the Netherlandish composers. Make sure that you know who has the master rights? Because, for example, when I am going to a sync camp and I give you a brief, and
As a band, or if several people are working on one piece, always make sure to clear before you
Get
go
the
to
money.
Yeah, before you get the money, who holds how much of a percentage? Because afterwards, when it comes to sync, when it comes to you signing at the publisher, it's most likely that then you have discussions with your mates or with your colleagues you were working on the track with. So make sure to make this clear before you go out with your music.
And it's funny because let's say when you have three people, it's like, let's say when you have three people, it's like 33, 3.4 or 3. This 0.001 could make a big difference when it comes to, I don't know, a big advertising. It could be like, you know, a lot of money. So even at the beginning you think, yeah, that's 3, 4, whatever. No, not whatever. It could be really a lot of money.
And don't think, we are friends, we are writing this piece together. No, when it comes to money, nobody's friends anymore. So please make sure to be very properly with your rights.
Actually, also when you pitch your song and, for example, you split on a bad terms with someone, also remember that this is not one stop. If you know that someone is, it's like an asshole factor, you know, sometimes you just can't work and you need to think about it. You need to make it up, guys, because otherwise your music will not end up in a project. And you should tell it to us before. It's okay, we can deal with it, but it's very important thing to know, right? Thank you. So this part was requested actually last year when we did a similar panel here. So let's talk a little bit about what is Q. Can you explain to us, please?
Yeah, Q is the definition of a specific placement, for example, in a movie. There are several cues. When it comes to, there's background cue, for example, it's a background vocal cue, when the vocals are in the background, just supporting the scene. The same with instrumentals, for example. Then there's like source cue, when you see a movie, for example, and then the music suddenly comes out of the radio. You're watching the movie, and they are listening to music coming from the radio or from a speaker or at the festival, whatever. There are several cues where music can be placed in a movie, for example. This is cue.
It also exists, like, for example, visual vocal cue, which is, I believe, when people sing your song, you know, so if something
More money.
if it's something like Glee or something like this, you know, they do sing. Also remember that if they use your song for this is only publishing rights, right? You're gonna get paid only for publishing rights. The other types of cue is also main title cue and ad credit cue, which we all want because this is the most paid one, right? Yes. Okay, we're good with this. But what is a cue sheet?
Cue sheet is actually when I when I work
when
with
you have
cue
problems
sheets.
with the cue.
It's sometimes really shit, be honest.
Sorry.
Because someone created those sheets and you think like, shit, what happened here? Because it's like, normally when I have a proper good one, I have the timing when the scene is starting, the time of when the scene is ending, the duration, the title, the scene, the publisher, the master, what else did I forget something? Then context person. So basically you have everything in there. What I always say to even very well composers when they start on working on score, and in this cue sheet you have, for example, something what it's so-called score, so or bespoke for advertising. This is music which has been produced for this specific project. So then you have a licensed music. So I want to have gold play, so I have to go to Universal for this rights, and I think Universal for the others also. So you have these, and then you have replacement songs. Then you have, for example, songs which has been created for me at the Syncam. So you have several different, or then production music. So you have several kind of music in this cue sheet. which is, for example, for me important, especially when, or not especially, actually only, when I ask to score music or do bespoke, when you start to compose this music and you call it, for example, because in this scene there is, guy takes a hat off, and then they call it head off. And then suddenly, they call it differently because they thought like, oh, it's actually a nice song, maybe I can call it Pretty Heads. Don't do that. Please stick to the title, or maybe because you would not be, I mean, for example, as when I was still working in advertising, example, someone created bespoke and it was for L'Oréal Blonde. And so the title, the working title was L'Oréal Blonde. But then suddenly they noticed, oh, L'Oréal Blonde is not the right thing or whatever, and then they changed it to Atomic Blonde. So you have two titles. So, and this is the same music, and we are still in, you know, where the title counts. We still do not do fingerprint. You know, we might do, but not really. The title is still really important. So be aware that don't put in a cue sheet working titles if you are not sure that it's gonna be the final title, or don't send it to anybody, because often people are lazy and they just send it forward to collecting society, and then suddenly you have a very different title on the cue sheet, which is registered, and then you wonder, why do I not get the money? So
who's supposed to fill in this cue sheet?
production companies.
Production companies.
Yes.
Okay. And who's supposed to submit it to PRO? Like performance rights organization guys, like Gamma. Who's supposed to submit it there?
It's actually also the production companies, and also often publishers, they get the cue sheet already way after everything happened, and then you are in the mess that you have to correct something and you cannot correct it.
Exactly. And there are some cases where Gamer then, because sometimes it occurs that production companies, especially when it comes to smaller ones, sometimes from time to time they forget to send a cue sheet to the PROs, and then there are no royalties coming in for the artists, which is a great loss for them. And then it occurs that Gamer comes to us as a publisher and says, we have here a work that has been licensed for a film, but there's no cue sheet to it, and then we have to do the work and have to look after, okay, what happened there? And it just makes more work. So we as a publisher have to really see and have a look that cue sheets are submitted to the PROs properly, so that also the artists get their royalties.
Let's say everything went well and we landed some project. As an artist, where we get paid, when? On what point of time we expect to have fee?
When it comes to licensing, there we have the licensing fees. They are usually paid upfront. It depends on the contract you've signed, but usually they are paid upfront after signing the contract. And then sometimes you have the royalties, and they are paid by the PROs, and mostly they are paid periodically, I'd say. So you can expect that later, but the licensing fee should be right after signing the contract.
With score, it's also different. Sometimes you can also ask for like advance money, because, for example, you have to, or you have to, you know, you need money. You are spending time, and so advance is also something which is not so. It's actually normal to ask for. Then you have also like additional fees when you have, for example, orchestra recordings. So you ask for additional fees for orchestra recordings. And so basically the money for which is, because again, we are talking about sync fees which are not going just through the collecting society, then normally you would be paid after the contract is done, or whatever it says in the contract.
Exactly.
Could be different. And again, the royalties, like for example in Germany, when your movie goes into cinemas, I think cinemas are paid once a year. Don't expect a lot of money from cinemas. Unfortunately, cinemas do not have good fees in Germany, which is really good when the movie ends up in television. Like, I wish I had some copyright of Triorischki, which is drei Aschenputtel, Haselnüssel for Aschenputtel, you know, this with this fairy tale, this Czech fairy tale which plays before Christmas, like on every channel 5 times a day. This, I wish I could have like a little single %, so I would just retire.
I'd love to have some too.
So, you know, we work a lot with the US market. It might be a little bit different in there because we got paid after the episode, for example, got aired. If it never aired, you never got paid. We still have, like right now, we have several projects that just got shelved. You know, everything is signed, everything is confirmed, but the studio decides that they want to postpone it. So until the moment, they will not renew it. So you're not getting like automatically paid for this. You get paid if the project basically will take place. For example, this TV show I'm talking about, they might delete it at all because it go a little bit to the other direction now from where universe developing, but maybe not. So we're still hoping that, yeah, maybe we can get paid someday. You know.
Sorry.
Also demo fees. I just want to say, like, especially when you work on also movies and advertising, like dare to ask for demo fees, because sometimes, you know, you sit the entire night because it's advertising, and you are sitting in a studio and you are creating this music, and then you pitch it, and then it does not end up in the pitch, which often comes because there are so many people. But you know, I always say, like, don't dare to ask for demo fee, because you know it's your job and you spend time on that.
Yeah, and time should be worth something. The same is, I wanted to add something to upfront fees when it comes to bespoke work in sync. Always make sure to get an upfront fee for your work, because, for example, if you license or want to do bespoke work for any streaming company or any movie, whatever, it always can happen that the scene gets cut off, and or that they change direction quickly, and then you created a whole song, or I don't know, 30 seconds for a specific scene, and don't get paid for that, and that can be avoided by getting an upfront fee so that you be compensated for your time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, sometimes in briefs, very often you have this term there in the end, all in, next to the price. What does it mean?
All in general? Well, on in means for me, well, actually, now it's tricky because we have several. Normally, I would say in a perfect world, all in means that, let's say I have 10,000 euros, and this is exactly what I will pay for this particular song. So it's all in. So normally it would be 5,000 for the publishing and 5,000 for the label. So this is 10 all in. But we should not forget something like, so for example, union fees, which comes up for, especially, I mean, mainly when I work with recordings from America, there is something like union fees. You probably heard it. It's something where unions, it's a really great thing, and I really support unions. But for me, it's a tricky thing. Then suddenly I want to license a track where actually everybody told me it's 10 all in. But then suddenly the union, the recording union, comes up to me and it's like, well, you now used the recording of Rubinstein, and we want 3,000 euros from you because this recording has been made in this particular recording studio, and this is covered by union fee. And then suddenly it's not 10K, but 13K. And then I have to go to the production. It's like, oh, no, it's not 10, it's 13. So for me, all in should be also with union fees included. But normally in the perfect world where you don't have this particular things, 10K would be these two rights.
If you have a representative like a sync agency, their fee included in all in. This is basically, this is the last price. This is it. There will be nothing extra. It's for your representatives, for master, for publishing, for all fees extra. It's only this sum. Most of the time, it's not negotiable, unfortunately. Yeah. So, yep.
I just had one idea, I'm sorry, but we have this most favorite nation, which is actually very important, because normally most favorite means that the competition between markets should be avoided. So basically, when a publisher gets 5,000 euros, the master side should also get 5,000 euros. Sometimes you don't have it. Example, I had to work with I Like to Move It. And there is this original track recorded by this guy, I forgot his name. But then you have the Hans Zimmer version, which was used for Madagascar.
Yeah.
And the film director wanted to use the Madagascar one, and it's like, oh, forget about it. We will never get it. It's Hans Zimmer. He produced it. I mean, come on. And what is funny,
this version was cheaper than their Shaggy. What is Shaggy? I don't know. But so it's normally it should be made most favorite nation, but you have a different recording, so it is not my most favorite nation.
Okay, what about exclusive and non-exclusive type of like usage?
You can negotiate like non-exclusive, then the music, like the track, can be used in several adverts, for example, at the same time, or in several, I don't know, media types at the same time. And then you have the exclusive type. You really have to wait if it's in your favor to just do it exclusive or non-exclusive, because if you do it exclusive, it can only be used for this specific client, for this specific project, for the agreed time and terms. And you can't do any other deal at the same time. That's on you, and you really have to wait if it's worth doing so or if it's not worth doing so. But there are clients that really want to make sure that they are the only ones, or brands that they are the only ones using this track. Yeah, and on the other hand, you have the non-exclusive parts where it can be licensed for several things at the same time.
In movies, we sometimes say, like, okay, if it's very keen music, like the opening credit or finishing credit, that we sometimes said, like, okay, it's exclusive for 1 year or maybe 2 years or 3 years, so you can agree and you can always negotiate. I mean, if you are in a negotiating position, mostly we are not, but if you have the negotiating position, just try to say, like, okay, I understand it's really important right now, but in 1 year or 2 years, when no one sees this anymore, I want to have it and pitch it to some other project.
Yeah. Exactly.
There is such a thing like a blanket licensing, which we have here in Germany. Can you please explain, like, shortly what is this and how the artist is supposed to get money if it is under blanket license?
Yeah, well, blanket license usually are used by TV, for example. Advertising agencies are also trying to get more into the field of blanket license. They are using like a bunch of music you represent, for example, under a fee you negotiated before or under a percentage you agreed on before. So they are able to use music and don't have to clear every track for specific terms on their own. So they can decide, okay, I can take this track and I know this is the fee we are paying, these are the terms we agreed on.
Do you basically get only royalties, or?
For blanket licenses, yes. Yeah.
In TV, normally it's like if it's in-house production, like let's say ARD is producing Gute Zeiten, Schlechte Zeiten, because it's a in-house production series. So but they basically can use Madonna, Rihanna, they can use everybody. They have a deal like a radio station, so they don't need to ask for permission, but obviously they have to pay it through the minutes. And for example, minutes on ARD or CDVS are pretty well. There are blanket agreements in several different countries under several different like BBC has a huge blanket agreement. I think that they can even sell the production to other countries and it's still running under. I don't want to say anything because it's maybe, but I know that they have a huge one. And there are countries like, for example, Poland, that don't even have a blanket agreement. So even they are producing in-house, they have to ask for sync rights and they have to clear directly with you as the owner.
I think like it's very important topic for a lot of artists is like the pricing, you know, like managing the expectations about pricing. Can you tell like a little bit, for example, I don't know, like background usage or something? Can you tell roughly numbers?
Maybe it's, first of all, I always tend to tell artists and managements that it's the best description for a sync deal is that it's sometimes like winning the lottery, because there's so many musicians out there, there's so much music out there, so many people pitching music, that getting a sync deal is, sometimes it feels like winning the lottery, getting a sync deal done. But if you get a sync deal done, there are differences between a sync deal when it comes to streaming services, to films, to advertising. And the main thing you should know here is that advertising pays the most when it comes to the fees. Then you have like the streaming services and the films. There it depends on the production budget. But yeah, when it comes to advertisements, it really depends on the terms. It's not always the same, so you can't tell any general thing. But at least you can, you should speak about 15,000 up to 50,000, up to no limits. Really, that's advertising. And when it comes to movies, speaking about 3,000 to 15,000 roundabout, but
I
also
would
depending.
start from 500.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
this is very, very common thing and a very big misconception with a lot of young artists. Even, you know, like we work with Disney. Disney pays 2 to 5,000 all-in dollars for background usage, and everything you see, like for example TV, every big Marvel project done, they don't pay more for indie artists. Obviously, when it's like Taylor Swift and there, she got her 100,000, but not us guys. And yeah, you should just remember about this.
I just want to say that we have this working group from Deutsche Unabhängige Musikverband. So it's like the Association of Independent Music Publishers. And there is a working group with several people who are running a licensing department where they create like a list. So basically there is like a list where you can say, okay, this is approximately what I could expect. So it's not just like out of blue. And again, when you say like, when, for example, let's say when I ask for Beastie Boys, probably because they never did a thing, they never agreed on anything, so you have no idea how much they could ask. So then it's like, ooh, okay, we ask for 2 million. Or, but there is a list, and if you're interested, I'm not sure if it's open to everybody or you have to be a member, not sure, but there is a list where you can Google or find out what the fee might be, like Netflix or Disney production for this and this. There are people working on this, in these groups.
Yeah, it's always good to have references and to see where it's already been licensed before, for which terms. Is it nearly the same what we're trying to license right now? And then you have a roundabout feeling of what you can expect and what you can offer the clients, for example. So it always depends on how famous a track is, how often the artists tend to license their work. Some of them nearly never license something because they don't want to, or just being very specific with their works. Yeah, it depends on very, very many things. It's
Please don't
crazy.
agree to license anything for free.
Yeah.
Even if this is your best friend, please do the contract. Please, this is your work, this is your money, this is how you live, and you should remember this, that your work has value. And even if it's 50 euro, which is horrible, it's still money. Please remember.
And I think it's even not possible, even though we agree, like, okay, I want to use you, when I signed agreement, because I have to sign agreements, we have to agree at least on €1, because when we don't do that, then it's not, it's out of a legal space. So
Yeah.
don't do the €1 deal with me.
And there are also people out there trying to tell you, but you gain reach through the project, you should do it for free. It brings some value to your project.
Don't listen.
Don't listen. Your music is worth quite a lot. Never forget that.
Yes. Okay, we are out of time completely, but maybe you have some short advice for people who just want to start to do something sync-wise.
In movie business, I always tell people, if you are new and you have no references, you have no movies or scores you worked on, approach people like short movies. I always say like short movies. It's a very, it's a very quick and not quick, but people who are starting the short movies, they also look for music. Pair with people who also start in this business, because these are very fruitful relationship. Like I always say to students who are studying music, please go to the Fachhochschule who does the direction or production, pair with them, and again, short movies, I always think it's a good start, because it's a kind of determines the project, but there's still money, so make contacts, approach people who are also starting this business, and that's
Great
my advice.
Yeah.
And I suggest you to, if you're signed with a publisher, which I hope you are, and if you're signed with a label, if you're signed to a distribution deal, whatever, go and ask the ones who are responsible for you, if sync rights are in your contracts, if they can be added as an addendum afterwards. If there are people in the company doing sync, and talk to them, speak to them, talk about your music, show them your music, and talk about syncability, talk about if there are chances to get your music into sync. This is very, very important. Even in any contract, there can be sync rights, even if it's non-exclusive. Make sure to check that and speak to your people there in your companies, or reach out to publishers if you don't have any yet.
Great, thank you so much. It was very, very valuable, I hope, right? Little round of applause to our guests. And thank you for coming, and good luck in the sync world. Yeah.
Thank you.
1 2 1 2. Thank you so much. Give it up one time again to Tanya for hosting this wonderful panel. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Lena. This was indeed very insightful. And thank you all for sticking around. One more time, if you had any questions, put them in the Swap app, and we will get to them afterwards. And we'll see you shortly for our next panel. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes. Okay, everyone. Oh, I still see people with jackets. Is it just me who's really hot in here? I guess. All right, so we are approaching the next panel, which is about an introduction to the global and European vinyl market, sales and trends. Personally, I just got into vinyls this year. Is it okay to even say that out loud? I wish I did it sooner, but nevertheless, I'm enjoying the journey so far. I hope you will enjoy the insights. And until we have our next presenter on stage, I would love for you, if you could just scoop in towards the middle, because we've learned today that there's always people joining because we have so many different venues. And when they do and they can't get in to find a seat, it would be super helpful if you can just, in whatever row you're sitting, just come all the way to the middle so people can join us and the conversation can continue to flow. This is your cue to start scooting into the middle. We're watching you. All of us are watching you. No pressure. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. How's the energy in the room this far? It's been a long day, huh? Yeah? Are there people? Do I hear any hands clapping together? Something? To make sure these aren't AI avatars or whatnot. I have trust issues now. All right, so please welcome Marit, who will be hosting our next session. Hello, Marit. Give her some more energy. What are you looking forward to discuss with your panelists?
Vinyls.
Vinyls.
So it's all about the growth of the vinyl market. Is it still there? You know, limited editions. What do artists do? Labels do? And as we have quite some international guests, I'm really looking forward to get insights from different markets.
And I'm looking forward to your session as well. And once again, if you have questions, if you have remarks, you can also pop them into the Swap app and we can get to them. And if you have time to ask questions the good old analog way, obviously feel free to do so. Enjoy your session.
Thank you. So thanks for coming. I'll just do a quick introductory round, starting with me because I have the mic already. I'm Marit, I'm the general manager for Idol. It's a digital distributor, actually. I run the German office. I also have a small artist management company and run a small label. And I'm really happy to have that diverse panelist roster here on stage. And I think everyone can just introduce themselves because it's...
Hi, my name's Lawrence, and I run rough trade shops in the UK, as well as helping out with our German business and American business. We have 7 retail stores in the UK, as well as e-commerce and also event venues. And we have a shop in Berlin and also a shop in New York. And I've worked in record shops since I was 15, and I've seen the trends from the height of the CD boom, when vinyl was very little, through to the resurgence. Yeah, here we are today.
Hi, I'm Kim. I'm the Chief Executive of the Digital Entertainment and Retail Association in the UK. We represent all the major DSPs, Spotify, Google, Amazon, but as well 300 independent high street record shops and everyone in between like HMV. I've been the CEO for 22 years, so like Lawrence, I've seen the highs and the lows.
Hi, I'm Ilya from Singapore. I'm the founder and CEO of ILY Records, which means I Love Your Records. My booth is actually, I have a pop-up booth. That's what I do, record store pop-up at the Palais. And I also do other things like record label stuff and many other things. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Zhang Zhao. I come from China, Beijing. I'm a professor of School of Music and Recording, Communication University of China. And since 2014, the Music Industry Development Research Center, which I in charge of, has started to write and release the annual report about the development music industry in China. So this year is the first time our digital music report was accepted by the Handbook of Global Music Industry. We are looking for more international cooperation. So I am be here.
Thank you. Yeah, we will get into the Chinese market a bit later on, but I wanted to start with Kim and ask you to maybe give a rough, because you deal with so many data and you're kind of the source. If you could just give us a rough overview of what the vinyl market in the UK looks like and what you can specify as like trends and yeah.
Sure, I'll try and keep it brief. So basically we've seen continual growth in the vinyl market in the UK now for 15 years. We're still seeing double-digit growth at the moment, so the value of the UK market's about £170 million last year, still growing at 10% this year. It's having a really positive knock-on effect as well for the number of independent record shops in the UK who are obviously driving that vinyl market. So from a low 15 years ago where we only had about 290 shops, we saw 460 shops last year. So I think it's all positive news for vinyl in the UK.
Cool, thanks. What about China? Because I know you also did a lot of research and data analysis. Because we over here in Europe, we don't know a lot about China. So it's really interesting to hear what's going on there.
Okay, I'm sorry because my English is not so good. So I prepare some material about the development of music industry in China. You know, as I mentioned in our reports, the extent of the music industry covers the music creation, performance, production, publish and distribute. All industry related to music production and service. You know, just the market size of China music industry has increased from 272 billion yuan in 2013 to 469 billion yuan in 2023, entering a period of rapid development. Yes, and you know, just the physical recording industry is an important part of our China music industry development report. Compared to the 72.2% high-speed growth of the overall music industry market scale, the market scale of audiovisual publishing industry has decreased from 1.3 billion yuan in 2013 to 1.2 billion yuan in 2020, down 13%. But you know, recently a retro trend has come up quietly. Also, because people want high quality sound, vinyl record has had an unexpected comeback, and the market demand for them has gone up again. In 2024, the sales of vinyl records were 925,000, and the market size of vinyl records in China reached 343.2 million yuan, with a year-on-year growth of 140%. The vinyl record market in China has shown a strong recovery trend.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think it's interesting, especially in China, where one usually thinks it's all digital. You have so many digital innovations going on, and to see that even there the vinyl growth is a thing. I think it's really interesting. One question maybe, is it mainly local repertoire, or how is the market also open for European labels to be distributed there?
In the recently, the foreign record company has looking for local vinyl record companies or distributor that have experience in Chinese market. Use the market channel to help the foreign company get into the understanding the Chinese market better. Right now, some international record company like Universal Music and Sony Music have set up deep cooperative ties with professional vinyl record distribution label in China. For instance, Universal Music has come out with a Beyond theme, a vinyl record player together with the Chinese local vinyl company Heiyo Music. They also released Jack Chen's Love Spark and The Wolf Hunt on vinyl records. This is the first time the two albums were released on vinyl in Chinese mainland. And maybe, I know, as I mentioned, maybe now there are mainly 4 paths of cooperation between the foreign company and Chinese labels. The first one may be production. Chinese record manufacturer Yang Tong has caught the wave of vinyl reviewers. It has opened new production line and can press 800 record every day to supply domestic and foreign record company. Foreign record company can work with Chinese manufacturer to make the supply chain better, low cost, and be more efficient. Second, maybe sale. Foreign record company can team up with the independent retailer in China to sell vinyl records through them. These independent retailers usually know a lot about music and can give personalized suggestion and details music knowledge. This can help build trust with consumer and a sense of community. The third one is technical support. Foreign record company can share the latest vinyl production, technical and market trends with Chinese partner. For instance, Making Vinyl is annual meeting that gather key players from all parts of the vinyl manufacturers and distribution industry, like recording companies, pressing factories, package experts, retailers, and fans. Yeah. The last one, okay. Last one maybe is policy support. You know, foreign record company can work together with Chinese government, can related agency to try to get policy support and benefit to help with the distribution and sale of vinyl in China. Thank you.
Thank you for the insight. So Lawrence, will you open a store in China soon? No, I'm kidding. Not a serious question. No, I actually wanted to ask you, because I mean you run very successful record stores, and how do you explain this trend of vinyl? Is it like a shift in the consumer age or groups or gender, or what do you see? Like where does the new audience come from?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different factors to that. I mean, on the latter point about the demographics and the audience, we've definitely seen a change. One thing that's really interesting is we're getting a lot of younger customers, and younger customers are more likely to have a more even split on gender. So 50 plus audience is generally 80% male, and 18 to 24 is 60% male. I think what's really interesting is how vinyl, has traditionally had a stronghold amongst maybe an older customer that remembers when it was, preeminent in the, 70s and 80s. But this, moving into like new demographics is great, and has been a big part of why we've been able to, be successful. And it's really encouraging. I mean, why that is very interesting. I would argue that the access of streaming is really positive, because I remember as a kid in the height of the CD age, I had to spend 150 quid to buy every Clash album, to hear them. Whereas now for £10 a month, I can listen to any song and I can discover this incredible music. But then when I want to cement my fandom and celebrate this art, rather than buying 15 CDs a year, I might buy a few records, and it is a higher transaction. You see this, people talk a lot about the value gap, right, from streaming to vinyl. And it's really interesting. I think people are buying vinyl to celebrate you know, what they're into. It says something about them. It's a piece of art. It's a closer representation to the artistic vision. So yeah, it's a really interesting time, and it's amazing. You know, Kim has done amazing work with ERA supporting Record Store Day, and I think that's been synonymous with the success of vinyl over the last 10, 15 years. And also, hats off to the artists, labels, and the manufacturers, because if you look at the quality of product, you know, I've got records in my collection from the 70s and 80s. You know, some of them are pretty flimsy, right? You know, 120 gram, barely that. The product now is great. You know, all the different variants, the special editions, and artists are putting a hell of a lot into it. We hosted 1,000 events across our UK stores in the past year, you know, and you're getting to meet Charlie XCX and sign her record in the shop. You're getting to see up close and personal Wonder Horse playing live. You know, this is incredible. And I think it's great to see the labels and artists investing in that. Long may it continue.
Kim, is this something that matches your experience and your data, that, you know, additional benefits, not just, you know, going into a store and buying a vinyl, but like special events, you know, bands playing live, greet and meet with artists? Is that something that really drives the audience into stores?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very symbiotic, the whole thing. So, you know, people see live artists, they want to buy the product or experience them, you know, in store doing something else. They go into a record shop, they think, oh, I'll buy a ticket or I'll buy a t-shirt or whatever it is. And so I think the whole record shop phenomenon and vinyl sort of capitalizes on that superfan mentality, that people really want to engage with an artist in every way possible, and different fans want to do it in different ways. But definitely everything that Lawrence said is what we're seeing at ERA as well.
Thanks. Ilya, I know that you have a very special approach to your label and how you market your products and sell your products. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, what you try to do with especially the physical product?
Yeah, okay. Firstly, like I said just now, just from what I'm doing, I'm a pop-up record store. That's how record stores nowadays look like. We don't have physical spaces. We are online, we pop up, and then especially like shout out to in Singapore, one of the most important ones like Lefty Records, he does it online. And I came from Manila, where it's so saturated. They are actually the Berlin of Asia. I can safely say that, because I think people need to watch Philippines. Because why? Philippines are very underrated. Manila is very underrated. The music there is great. I do import-export there. And then when I do pop-ups, I'm talking about me bringing in, like, for example, Delta Sleep from UK, you know. I'm a big fan of what he does, like Rough Trades. That's like the first record store I went to 10 years ago. And coming from Singapore, I mean, we all speak English and listen and consume like English music, and not just Singapore. We're talking about Malaysia, we're talking about Hong Kong, even in China. We know people might not speak in English, but we consume it. None of us probably speak Icelandic, but we listen to Sigur Rós, we listen to Björk, you know. That's what I'm trying to say as well to Filipinos, whereby you don't have to worry about the fact that the world don't understand Tagalog, you know. Like, we don't understand Mandarin, but we can still consume the music because music is universal. And will we buy it? Yeah, because we are fan and we are super fans, and we will still do it. And what I do is my approach is different, because it's not just vinyl records we're talking about here, okay? When we monetize music, we have, as artists, as labels, as record stores, we have to think out of the box how we can support artists, because they are the main gold mine here, not record stores. The artists are. The one controlling everything is the music makers. And I feel like I'm a big advocate for the fact that I do not want any more starving artists. It's the 21st century, come on. That shouldn't be the basis of everything. No more starving artists. If you starve, I starve. It doesn't make sense if record labels starve, right? So that's my first goal. When I monetize music, I need to make sure that my records sell. My artists make money. And then how do they make money? Not just vinyl records. We do cassettes, we do caps, we do coffee beans, we do risograph printing, we do a lot of things because we're cute. You know, we have to do it. We have to make money as much as we can because that's how artists make money in the 21st century. 22nd, going to
But
22nd.
how do you face the rising costs of manufacturing? Is that an issue, or do you have like a workaround, or is it cheaper in Singapore to produce?
Oh, Singapore is very expensive. If everybody don't know, Singapore is the most expensive place. And then we do not, if we're just talking about vinyl itself, or even, okay, CD, yeah, everybody could press CD, but vinyl, no production place, no production plants. The closest production plant, come on, we have China, and I myself, I don't know if you all know, I mean, if you're a big American football fans, we have Chinese football, and they are amazing. And they were the one, I met Zhang Bo when I was in Manila, and he was like, he understood what I wanted, and he recommended me, this is the person you should find out about vinyl manufacturing in China. And the thing is that I could easily ask people around me, but it's much more fun and exciting when a local tell me, this is the person you need to go to for vinyl manufacturing. Because really, Singapore doesn't have, for a modern first world country, we do not have a plant, you know. And we're talking about vinyl recording vinyl records are not just for audiophiles. We're talking about from fans, from just starting out to fans to super fans. Because why? That's how I feel like the generation now, especially Gen Z or after, they are big advocates of supporting their artists and making sure they make money. Look at Taylor Swift. Look at so many artists, whether independent or not, their fans know the value. Their fans know how much streaming gives. And that's why I feel like because they know, they are aware, they can read, they can research, they have the internet, they can make better decisions and more ethical decisions of how they want to support their artists. Whether it means, I mean, you can still go with Spotify. It's not their fault, okay? It's not their fault it's saturated. It's, yeah, business model, you know, shout out, I love Spotify. But I feel like there are other modes of way for an artist to make money. Not just Spotify, not just other streaming platforms, not just, you know, like records, because there are places that we have yet to venture, like 2.5, 3 Web3 that actually does that. And I feel like what I'm dabbling on, where I am trying to build a 22nd century record label, I am actually also looking this is like shout out to Gala Music, who I'm working with. We are talking about monetizing music in the 2.5 space, Web 2.5, yeah.
Lawrence, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a couple of things I thought, you know, to what was being talked about. First of all, in terms of value in manufacturing, I was talking earlier on a sustainability panel, and there was a big issue around COVID, you know, which we're seeing in a lot of places, but also vinyl manufacturing is old, dirty, difficult, and expensive. And there's been some great, but I take my hats off to the manufacturing community in terms of the amount of capacity they've added. It was a nightmare. If anyone worked at a label, they know what it was like, the lead times around COVID, you know, 12, 15 months, and this caused a big issue. Now there's actually more capacity, capacity has caught up, and this is great. But it's really difficult in the UK, well, UK and Ireland, 2 plants opened and found it difficult, Dublin Vinyl, which closed down, and Press On in Middlesbrough. And it's really, really challenging in terms of manufacturing. But so there is definitely more supply, but the price is certainly an issue. We saw double-digit increases in the retail price for a few years consecutively. It's evened out this year. We're seeing it flat, which is positive. Also, something that was being touched on in terms of streaming, I think something we notice is that there are some artists that we're now selling that previously maybe wouldn't have sold on vinyl or weren't discovered on vinyl because of the platform that streaming is given and the access to fan base. Equally, we see this massive difference in terms of, you know, we as much as anyone else look at the monthly numbers. You know, when we get a pre-sale in, who's this artist, what have we done, we got no sales history, what's the monthly streams? But there is still a really huge disparity. There are certain artists that are so much more zoned in terms of the penetration with vinyl sales. So for example, Lancome, this great folk band from Ireland, 100,000 monthly listeners, not massive, but huge when it comes to vinyl sales. And equally, you can see artists with tens of millions streams, and it just doesn't cut through. And it's really interesting about how deep is that consumption. You know, what is the value? It goes into, I suppose, questions about algorithmic plays and how the music's being manufactured. But, you know, some really, really interesting topics. But again, I go back to the point that overall streaming is great for record shops because it gives an access for customers, gets them interested in things. And then when they want to, you know, celebrate that a bit more or deepen their love, then, you know, vinyl's a great way of doing it.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like this phenomenon where bands sell out stadium tours and don't stream that well. You know, I'm always surprised when I see that because you would think, you know, it transfers into streaming, but sometimes it just doesn't. And I guess it's the same with vinyl sometimes as well. And also, I think it's maybe also related to this phenomenon of a super fan that's also true in the digital world, you know, where, you know, they say 1,000 super fans make a living for an artist. So do you think, Kim, maybe that's something for you, is that something that you can see as well, that, you know, it's less people, but they might buy more, or is it just new people becoming super fans? Or
so I think it's really different. It's different artist to artist and fan to fan, and I don't think you can generalize. So I think some artists stream very well, some artists sell on vinyl very well. Sometimes it takes a long time for it to cut through to becoming a super fan. And sometimes it's the other way around. You have a super fan first and then they, you know, get onto streaming 3, 4, 5 years later. So I think it's really hard to generalize. I think what you can always say is that streaming is good and vinyl is good and both feed each other. But I wouldn't like to kind of say which comes first.
And probably also live, right? Like selling merch on tour. Is that still a big thing?
For some artists and not for others. But yeah, definitely merch feeds into that superfan collector mentality that people have.
I also wanted to come back to Record Store Day. So it's been around for a long time and it's still happening, which is great. And do you see that more and more labels participate, or is it kind of still the same group, or does it spread to more countries? What's the evolution there?
I mean, so it's growing every year. It's different labels that participate. Obviously, there's the core number of labels who participate every year, but what we've definitely seen over the last few years, particularly as it's some of the smaller independent labels are realizing that it does work for them. I think there was always an impression 10 years ago that it was led by the majors and not the independents. And we spent a lot of time telling the industry that actually it's always been 75% independent, 25% major in terms of the number of titles. So it works for everyone if they've got the right exclusive product. And I think what we've always said at Record Store Day is, don't just put something in Record Store Day just because you've got a product out. Make sure it is exclusive, it is special. So if you've got that product at the right time around Record Store Day, it flies off the shelf. But in terms of numbers of products each year, it's stabilized in the UK at about 450.
Just 500.
Just 500, 460 last year, but it did go as high as about 650 a few years ago, and that was probably too many for a lot of the stores to handle. But it is growing in terms of number of territories as well. It doesn't always have a professional organizer running it in those new territories, so it generally starts small. I think the UK and US and Germany and things are ahead of the curve because we've always had a coordinator running Record Store Day, which makes it a lot more professional, allows us to bring in sponsors, allows us to curate the product somewhat better. But yeah, it's going from strength to strength.
And also as a participator in Record Store Day, and I remember, I think, was it 2007? Around then, the first one? I remember a smattering of people waiting outside, and now I know the thousands of people that be queuing around the block at Truman Brewery for us to open. It's absolutely incredible, and every year I go through this sort of process of like, oh, it's not going to be as big as last year, but it really does highlight the passion of the customers, you know, the fans, and you know, it's a great celebration of the culture. And I have to say, you know, Kim's right about, we've also spoken to indie labels about trying to get more engagement, because I think it's important, particularly for some of those bigger labels, you know, bigger indie labels, to support Record Store Day and not feel that it's been hijacked, as some people would say, by the majors. And also, you know, for the majors, look, Universal the last few years have made sure that Taylor Swift, Noah Khan, Olivia Rodrigo release Record Store Day product. That's what people are queuing up for first. And it's amazing to create those fans of those artists then make a connection to their local record shop. That's brilliant, you know. And we noticed this year when we're analyzing the sales, some of that traditional sort of maybe older punk rock titles, they're not the best sellers. It really is driven by this new wave, you know, of younger artists, both indie and pop. And that's super important, because if we don't do that, you know, where's the next generation?
And is that also part of your business decision? I mean, you just opened a store here in Berlin. So I was wondering, what was the thought behind it? Like, was it okay there, you know, smaller stores are closing, we want to jump in and bridge the gap? Or what was the thought, the initial thought behind it?
Yeah, we always wanted to have a shop in Europe outside the UK, and Berlin was always the #1 city for obvious reasons. And so we're super proud to bring that and to develop it. And also there are technical reasons, because of Brexit and all the logistical issues that brings. Yeah, so I mean, it's very interesting, you know, what our brand means in different markets is very different. So adapting that and making sure we get it right is an ongoing process.
But is there like a German approach to it, or is it just, you know, you just open another store? Because I wonder, you know, if we run an international chain kind of stores, is it like the main strategy, or do you adapt to the markets? Are the markets actually different, or?
Yeah, I mean, they're massively different, and we try to invest in each, you know, which is a significant extra cost. We try to do it justice in terms of investing in the local infrastructure. So, you know, we have a proper team. We're buying from the local distributors rather than just importing. We're trying to engage with local artists, but obviously fit with our philosophy and history. So yeah, that's absolutely the approach we're taking. And you know, that's in many ways tougher and a longer road than maybe taking an easier approach. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, seeing the dynamics of how, you know, different companies work in different territories, you know, it's fascinating. And yeah, there's yeah.
Can I ask Lawrence, like, just so you know, RSD Record Store Day is huge in Singapore, and not just Singapore, like Southeast Asian, where I come from. Do you have plans to open like in Southeast Asia? Because really, we want to do it, but we don't have like stores. So we used the last HMV closed down like years ago, and our independent stores are all we've got, and we are all queuing up non-stop. So I was just curious, do you have plans to open like in Asia?
I mean, short answer is no. Long answer is like, Rough Trade historically is, I know not in Southeast Asia, but had a store in Tokyo. It's had stores in Paris. So we're definitely open to ideas about working with partners in different territories, whether that's through like a franchise model or wholesale model and different things. So we're definitely open to conversations, but we want to make sure that we can do it properly and obviously, you know, respect the differences in each market.
Thanks.
Maybe Ilya, coming back to like a DIY approach and label work. So I assume you don't have a physical distributor.
Sorry?
Do you have a physical distributor?
I am the distributor as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because I am building my own record label, and for me, as of now, I am my distributor. But I do understand, because I come from the magazine distribution line, so I understand territorial, like, what do you call it, territorial control, or like certain areas. I'm not sure whether that works with records. Maybe you can answer these questions on whether there's territorial restrictions. Correct, that's the word. Restrictions for different regions like UK, because that works for magazine, does that. So if there are territorial restrictions, I can't distribute myself. I probably would have to go the correct channels. And if I want to go to big channels, like for example, as a small label, as a small label, and I want to distribute to bigger channels, like say for example Rough Trades, or if I want to go into Tower Records in Japan, I have to go the correct channel to distribute my stuff. But I do work with also a distributor for my digital stuff, which is currently like a new, they're not new. I don't know if you probably have heard Symphonic. They're US based, but they're big on independent. They've been around for so long, not DistroKid, not CD Baby, but they just recently in July or June just launched in Asia, and their main hit person is Guji my guy in Philippines. Shout out to him because he's very big on independent. Just like he represents independent and he wants to vouch for independent, and at the same time Symphonic is also doing that. That's why they are supporting me, a small starting out label. Yeah, but I think who I work with is very important. They have to have the same vision and mindset with me, because only if people understand where I'm coming from, they will understand the push that we are doing right here. So it's really important who is your distributor, who you're working with, and whether they meet your ethics, whether they meet your same vision. So that's when I don't have to convince my artists. They know that I'm 100%, 111% behind them. Yeah.
Kim, do you have any insights on the growth or the decrease of limited editions? Because I feel like, you know, with the manufacturing costs going so high now, that labels are a bit held back on like going for like big numbers and maybe limited, also to make it more valuable in a way, so that fans know, okay, I got one of 100 or for 500.
So I think we're seeing more and more exclusives and more limited product coming onto the market. So I think what you tend to see is more smaller runs. So people are doing maybe 300 to 500 units in the UK of really limited, high quality, good product that you have to go to a specific shop or a specific group of shops to buy. So there's no slowdown in terms of the number of exclusives, but I do think there is a bit of nervousness that there are maybe too many now coming out throughout the year, and therefore it's making it less special. So I think as retailers, sometimes I think we would argue less is more. Don't over-manufacture. Keep it, you know, a bit less than the number of fans that you have, so that it keeps that exclusivity.
Yeah, I completely concur with that. Something I said earlier is like, I think big part of the success is vinyl is it's a finite product. You know, streaming is, you know, access to everything all the time, and you should kind of embrace that a bit. And in a weird way, I know you kind of want to undersupply the market even by 10% and just keep that excitement to come back, and also the fact that it might sell out, so I need to. And if there's one, there are, you know, numerous risks in our industry, but I think it could be, you could accuse me maybe of playing both sides here, but I think there is a risk of too many variants kind of burning customers out. And that, you know, you look at the phenomenon with Taylor Swift, and how many times do you have to buy that album to get all of them? And then you can buy the 4 LP set just from Target to actually get all those songs that you already bought on 27 different variants that were available for 12 hours. You know, like, I know obviously she's in a different world and phenomenon, but that is happening, you know, to some extent, and with lots of artists, and there's a fine line there, isn't there? And I do think we have to be a little bit careful of burning the customer and then becoming kind of a bit, they could get cheesed off about it.
And it's also expensive. I mean, you have to pay for storage with the distributor, and then if they don't want it anymore, it will be destroyed. You have to pay again. So for the labels, it's expensive too, not just manufacturing, but also having too many lying around.
And I think they learn by their mistakes. I think, you know, if you go and manufacture 3,000 units just because you think, you know what, I might be able to get rid of these, and 1,500 lie around in a warehouse or get shipped back to you, you're not going to do that next time round. So, but obviously the music industry is always difficult. You never know how an artist is going to perform. And on Record Store Day, we quite often find the ones we are not necessarily that excited about suddenly fly off the shelf, and we wish we'd made more of them. But
like the Bluey soundtrack from a few years ago. Yeah, that was quite a surprise.
Can I add on? I just have a question for you about, we were talking about variants and the variants of vinyl, right? Do we, how does variant, like, do you have like exclusive, you know how there's sometimes German exclusive vinyl, UK exclusive vinyl release, like, is there such a thing as like China exclusive release? Because in Japan they do have it, whereby the record is, for example, if it's an English band, then they will translate everything into Japanese just for the Japanese market, right? How about in China? Like, do you recommend? I'm just asking from my own experience. Like, do you recommend having an exclusive China version?
Oh, maybe you miss. I have no idea, maybe so bad. But, you know, I just mentioned the development, but now I just want to talk about more trend or a challenge in China, in vinyl record market in China. So, you know, just overall, as present, the main audience of the vinyl recording market in China, apart from white lovers, also include some new fans who have entered the market. The fans really care about the works of a singer and are willing and able to buy vinyl records for listening or collecting, for reasons like getting limited edition vinyl records with signature. In China, the increasing commercial vinyl records market is not just a medium for enjoy music anymore. It has also become an important part of fan culture and even a symbol of status. Overall, in recent years, the vinyl recording industry in China is show all new development features. The market size keep get better, bigger. The consumer are not just the traditional high-end music lovers anymore. More young people are getting involved because they love richer culture and have high demand for sound quality. The type of products are also getting more varied. They are not only reprint of classical record, but also many limited edition and special editions. This meets the personalized needs of different consumers. The rise of online sale platform has also made it easy to buy vinyl records and push the market to growth and thrive even more. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I think I got the sign that we have to wrap it up. Are there any questions from you guys? No? Then, yeah, thanks so much. Maybe one last word, because I was really happy to see, I don't know if you guys saw the Listen to Berlin award show last night, and the prize for sustainable business went to Pressing Factory based in Berlin, who uses renewable energy. They try to do everything sustainable. They use recycling materials, which I think is a really great sign because, I mean, to be honest, it's still a pretty dirty business, the vinyl business. So it's really nice to see that there are initiatives and businesses really jumping on that and trying to make the industry more sustainable.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work going into that. There's a lot of new compounds. There's a bio-vinyl made from cornstarch, which is evolution. Hasn't quite gone to scale, but there's also, you know, improved processes on the PVC compounds, you know, as it is. And yeah, I know there's a lot of attention. And I think, you know, like Coldplay's latest campaign, Shone a Light, they did quite a lot of good with that. So yeah, it's really interesting because that is existential risk. It's inherently quite a, you know, intensive product. It's a 12-inch of PVC, which is put in shrink wrap and shipped around the world. So it's really great to see, you know, some steps forward on that.
I will add on because I do risograph. If you, I'll pass you some of my cards later. I'm a big risograph fan. If you don't know, risograph is basically screen printing but using a photocopying machine, and we use soy-based ink on only. We use matte paper. We can't use shiny glossy paper, and I think what I'm going for is increasing. I didn't do it out of wanting it to be exclusive, increasing the value of my records. For me, I did it just because I love risograph. I love the aesthetic. I love the art. I love the value of it. And for me, I have to put the value in it, which is different. I don't think many people have done risograph printing on vinyl. It's quite troublesome, and it's A3. If it's only A3, you can't do 12-inch. You know, you have to only do 9-inch and smaller. But just the whole idea is that sometimes you don't have to go digital. Like for me, at least, I do things very different. I do what I want to do. So as a DIY label, I do risograph printing. My idea that I came about was about how I can do how I can merge risograph with vinyl printing and make it exclusive and increase the value so that what I am doing, small prints, which is also costly, it has a value, and I can make sure if I do my math correctly that my artist will earn, I will earn, and just the whole, it's just fun, yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I hope you enjoyed the panel, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marit, for hosting this beautiful panel. It was definitely very insightful. If any of you have a connection to Sade, I'm still waiting on her vinyls to resurface because they are always sold out. I don't know who's responsible. Sade? Yeah, yeah. I would love their vinyls still. If anyone has that was supposed to be a joke, but it didn't work out. One of those. But anyhow, this has been a very insightful, quite mind-boggling day, and I'm definitely leaving with way more questions than I came. I hope the same applies to you. I hope if you have questions that you still want us to work on, or maybe pick up another format, another time to discuss, to work on them, and ideally find solutions. Because personally, I love being in a space discussing urgent matters, but not just to discuss, but really to progress and really to continue some kind of process. And that's what we're here for. So I hope you take the time to really let it all sink in, pop it into swap cards if there's anything you want to really continue working on. Network, so maybe say hi to somebody you didn't arrive with. And I hope you will have a great time. My name is Shannon. I had the pleasure of hosting today's stage. And we hope that you are inspired to find ways, find allies on how to monetize your art, and obviously share with your peers, share with the ones who weren't able to make it here. And otherwise, we will have more program from 8 onwards. Obviously, Most Wanted Music is about music, and we're here for the live artists. So later on, we're going to have Donata on stage. Afterwards, it's going to be Izzy and the Black Trees. And, forgive me if I don't say that right, Athena's? Anybody? Yeah? Forgive me if I butchered that. And nevertheless, if you see me around, and please say hey. Please say hey to the panelists if you have further questions, because obviously we have great specialists here. And this is it for me today, and hopefully you'll have a great rest of your evening. Do take care.